Hello, guys, and welcome to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And players across in Southeast Asia will be facing each other in the last week of the Year of the Gryphon. This will be a very interesting match and tournament before we welcome the Year of the Hydra, as our players can play any standard legal decks without the deck submission and taking advantage of the cards that have balance changes reverted back, giving the cards a last hurrah in the standard format. I'm Latikila, and with me,
Hey everybody, I'm Aurea coming to you from Malaysia. Usually you can see me on the NA or Asia ladder, but today it's my pleasure to bring to you this very special event with La Tequila.
yeah, nice to meet you, Aurea, and we'll be your shoutcasters for today's tournament. So, Aurea, what are we expecting for today?
Yeah, I mean today's event is really special because first of all, it's the format, right? It's closed deck list and you can play any deck you want. So we really don't have any idea what's going to be thrown our way. And secondly, of course, it's the unnerves, right? We have
Yeah.
4 mana Il'gynoth, we have 2 mana Moarks. So things are going to get spicy.
Absolutely. The element of surprise is definitely there. And you are correct. I'm definitely expecting some players are going to bring some Elgonaut centered decks. Now, let's jump into the format. So, our audience would get an idea of what to expect in this tournament's format. So, for this tournament's format, this tournament is only open for Southeast Asia players, and this tournament will take place on an America servers or America server rather, and players needs to win 2 times with any preferred standard deck. They can use the same deck that they used, or even if they lose that deck, they can also use that in the upcoming match. And players can choose up to or players can choose to repeat the deck they already win or lose. And this will be a single elimination tournament. And this tournament will not require any deck submission, as you have shared earlier. And lastly, of course, players needs to check in before the scheduled matches. So, Orya, what are the spicy prizes that players can expect in this tournament?
Right, we've got some great prizes here today. So on the third place, we'll have a $5 USD Blizzard balance. Second place, $10 Blizzard balance plus a Voyage to the Sunken City standard bundle. And the grand prize for today is a $25 Blizzard balance and a Voyage to the Sunken City standard bundle, as well as 2 random legendary cards from the expansion. The top 3 will also have a shared treasure pool of 1 Sacred Celestials, 1 Evil from Pandaria, and 1 Snake and Crane skins. So there's a lot to look forward to.
Absolutely. And you know what? Of course, the next expansion is really interesting. There are new cards, the colossal effects. But we're going to take a short break and we'll talk about more of the core set and wait for the players to check in. So, Orya, we'll definitely take a break. This is Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament. Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon. Once again, this is Letikila, and with me,
This is Aurea. Stay tuned. We'll see you right back.
catch you guys. welcome back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament. Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And as we were talking about the core set earlier with Orya, Orya, what are your thoughts about the upcoming core set?
Well, I think it's gonna bring back a lot of fan favorites, right? Like we've got Doomsayer coming back, we've got Wild Pyromancer coming back. So it looks like, things are gonna slow down a bit more, and we won't get so many 4, 5, turn 6 games of Hearthstone.
I agree. And just to share with you, Orya, I have actually a favorite card there, which is what you call Reno Jackson.
Yes. Yes. I mean, Reno Jackson is a card that you really need to build around. And so it'll be interesting to see what sort of a Highlander kind of a deck that players will come up with. I think one of the front runners is already putting Reno Jackson together with the Cariel hero from Paladin. That will give you a lot of defensive capabilities.
That is so annoying. I kid you not. That's very annoying. And
Yeah.
also, have you watched some tier crafting streams that happened yesterday?
Unfortunately, I have not. How about you?
Yeah, I actually watched some streams from No Hands Gamer, but right now we actually have Staz and Mustang on the game. So let's get into the action, Orya. Um, any thoughts for the decks that each player brought for this tournament?
All right, we have Staz on the priest, and it seems Mustang on the priest as well. Mustang is running what looks to be Rally Priest. Oh, both are running Rally Priest actually. Oh, and what a quick start by Staz with the Drekthar there.
Absolutely. So technically speaking, our players, our competitors right now are going to compete against who has a better RNG. Is that the sense in this match?
Well, I guess it kind of comes down to that, but it also depends on how they preserve their resources because they don't have infinite boards, right? They have the rallies and the raised hits, but after that, if they can conserve their removal sufficiently, one player might just pull ahead.
Absolutely. And looking at Staz board, we do have a Drekthar and as well as a Nazmani Bloodweaver on board. Now, I'm guessing that this is more of a tempo-oriented match because, of course, this is more of a mirror match. Both players are going to keep up with board, and hopefully they could go up, let's say, a potential combo for bigger minions later on. Is that something that we are going to expect in this match?
Yeah, I mean, you see, like Mustang has Drekthar in his hand, right? Like he can actually play it down, but the reason why he can't is because Stars just went coin into Drekthar first, and the threat level coming from the Nasmani Bloodweaver and the Sethek combination is just too strong to ignore. So Mustang is kind of forced to play the reactive game here, but here we see he's going for the Drekthar play. Most likely gonna follow up with a silence, I think.
Absolutely. But
Oh,
looking at what happened there,
oh,
Director didn't trigger
Drekthar
any.
didn't.
Yeah.
That's strange. What just happened? We
We
we,
are
we
not
know
sure.
that we know that Mustang played the Nazmani Bloodweaver earlier on. Was his Drekthar? Oh, his Drekthar was discounted.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
wow.
because the card reads, if this costs more than every minion in your deck, you can summon the two lowered let's say 3 mana or 2 mana in your deck. But apparently, as what you have mentioned, you were able to identify the reason of Director not triggering is because Director is at a discounted cost. So
Yeah.
good catch, there, good catch.
I wonder how did he get it to 3 mana though? I think we must have missed some interaction early in the game. Because even if you casted it with discounted insight, that would bring Drekthar down to 2.
Absolutely. So technically speaking, I guess that is a blunder on the side of Mustang, and he was able to play Director thinking that it will unleash two other minions, but apparently Mustang will get punished for that. Now, Orya, any thoughts on a potential comeback from Mustang?
Well, I think Mustang has gotta be he's gotta find his Sethek because he has one Nazmani in the death pool right now, and he has the rally in hand as well as the raised it. But he doesn't have a lot of spells to go along with it. Staz, on the other hand, I think he's looking for to have like a fortitude to buff his border and go for that big damage phase.
Absolutely. And this is a very scary board. Looking at Stas board, I guess he has more of an 80-20 chances of winning this match because right now Stas has a better board and Mustang needs to answer this board right away or else Mustang will get punished for the upcoming turns, which will lead him to catch up with Stas board, which is very scary on his end, for Mustang's end.
Yeah, Tequila, I don't think this match is gonna last much longer. It seems like Stas has decided to go all in on this turn, and as we can see from Mustang's hand, he does not have any sort of reactive tools to answer this board. So it looks like Stas is going to take this one.
I somewhat agree, but there's also a chance that Mustang could um, get a potential hysteria out of nowhere. That could be the possibility for Mustang's end, but we'll see how is Mustang going to respond to Staz's board.
That's true. I mean, this is we have the silence here, but is that enough? He's going for, all right, a single rally to get the discounts.
We'll see.
Even if he silences here, he's still facing down. He'll be facing down 6, 8, 12 damage. And does have an Alec Mount in hand, so that's 4 more damage.
I agree. Actually, Staz's board is a wide board to deal with for Mustang. Even if throwing out a shard of the Naru, I guess that's not enough for Mustang to keep up the board, keep up with the board of Staz. But we'll see. Will he manage to survive? Because right now, Staz's board's the attack potential is already at 12 damage, and he's hovering on the Elec Mount,
Mounts. So that's
adding 4 damage.
Is that lethal? That's lethal, right?
Exactly, Tal, agree.
Yep. And there we have it. That's game 1.
That's definitely game 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winner for this match is Staz, having a very good board against Mustang. Mustang was not able to keep up with Staz's board. I believe that the very reason of this is the discounted Director. Do you agree, Aurea?
Yep. I mean, his game was already gonna get really hard with Stas dropping the Drekthar first and him having to play the reactive role. But then after that, Mustang not having the Drekthar activated, he just fell too far behind there. Yep.
I agree. But do you also agree that Mustang should keep playing with the same deck against Staz?
So this is interesting, right? Because really, we have no idea what Staz wants to play as well. So if Mustang thinks that Rally Priest is his best deck, and we know that Rally Priest is one of the stronger decks in this meta right now, he could very well just run it back.
Absolutely, and you just have to test the RNG or pray to the RNGs to get at least a good Vector turn, and hopefully that's not a discounted one, so you can unleash a better board against that.
Yep. I really wonder what's going through Staz's head right now. What sort of a deck does he want to play? Like, is he going to go with the Rally Priest again, or is he just gonna, see what he feels like. Maybe play some Face Hunter or 4 mana Il'gynoth.
I agree. You can actually go with a safer deck because this is more of a comfortable play against miracle decks like what Staz brought earlier. Because Hunter deck, you can just go for the face and deal as much damage and wait until Staz keep up with the potential damage. But looking at the board right now, they went for a different route. Staz going for a warrior, and for Mustang keeping the same kind of deck. Hopefully, this is not a blunder, just like what happened earlier. But any thoughts on Staz choice of deck, Orya?
Yeah, it seems that Staz mulliganed away the Mr. Smite, so it looks like he's running the charged version of this Control Warrior. So he does have that OTK capability. He'll just need to get there before Mustang assembles a board that's big enough to kill. But Warrior has a lot of removal. I think he may be able to do it.
I guess so. But looking at this rate, this is actually a good counter for Miracle decks or something like the deck of Mustang right now. Because
Yep.
as what you have mentioned, Stats have all the tools to deal with minions on board, and this is very annoying for Mustang, especially that he needs to develop a board and have those discounts coming. But see and let's see what Mustang is going to do with all of those potential board wipes.
Yeah, Mustang right now is really looking for a minion or an insight. His hand is full of buff spells, double fortitude, a blast, but no minions. So Staz really has all the time in the world to draw his cards, craft a really nice hand to answer whatever Mustang throws at him in the next few turns.
I definitely agree. So the match could lead towards to an attrition, or it depends on how good Mustang can play out his hand.
Mustang just casted an uncorrupted insight, so he has one less money now. I still don't think that's enough because, as you mentioned, Warrior has all the removal for minions, and one less money is just not gonna do it.
Absolutely. And looking at the hand of Mustang, that is actually a maxed out hand. So technically, what he needs to do in his turn is to play out some cards just to have some space for his hand, or else he's going to burn some potential combo cards. But we'll see.
He's going for the Frozen Buckler here. I was thinking maybe he could dump the Minefield because the Minefield's not really gonna do much. Because when Mustang plays his minion like we're gonna see him do right here, he's gonna make it really big.
Yeah, correct. So that's just a Nazmani play, and as well as um, putting a power word fortitude on Nazmani. And I believe that this is an easy. Styles can definitely answer this board, but I believe he's going to keep the Blade Storm, or play
He's
this
gonna
Blade
use.
Storm right now.
Yep, that's a very clean 1-for-1. I suppose he may have gone with Minefield and then followed up with Shield Shatter, but I suppose he wants to save the Shield Shatter for when Mustang builds a wider board, maybe like post rally turn. That's when a board like that, and we see Staz is
Ranker play.
clearing the Rancor here, just creating more hand space.
You're correct. So, what Staz did there, instead of throwing out the minefield, he instead throw out a Rancor. But I guess it's reasonable because Rancor is a 4 mana and minefield is a 2 mana. So, you're just giving your hand some space. But looking at Mustang right now, he went for another minion board base. And let's see if he can go off by the following turns.
Yep, Mustang's hand right now is really cheap. He's played a palm reading already, so now Sethek's gotta give him some really juicy stuff to go on for the next turn because we know most likely by next turn his board will be clear again.
I agree. But looking at this board, there's a Divine Shield. So I'm guessing that Mustang can definitely keep at least 1 or 2 minions by the following turn. But we'll see what Staz is going to with this board. But any thoughts on what could be the potential line of play of Staz here?
Well, I think most likely he'll use that minefield that he's been saving to try and pick off the divine shields. And then from there he could shield shatter and try and pick off the remaining what remains. But there's no clean removal, no brawl right now. His hand is a bit clunky.
All right.
There we go, the minefield. And that's a clean one. He got the right he got the right mines. He got the minions to step on the right mines, I suppose.
You're
Oh.
correct. That is actually a very good play. But coming from Mustang, he was able to play a Vector the right way this time.
Yeah. Immediately a refill on the board, much needed since his hand didn't have rally. And now he's going to be able to, build his board, play cheat spells, discount his hand again, and ask Staz a question: do you have the removal?
I agree. Because what Mustang did earlier is to test what Staz has in his hand. He was able to utilize some of his removals earlier. Now, Mustang throw the question, can you deal with my Director combo this turn?
Yep. But this time around, there's no divine shield, so either a brawl or a shield shatter would do it. But it seems like Staz does not have board removal, so he's going around digging, finds an Outrider's Axe, so that's some draw. He can kill the Nasmani easily with the shield slam, so at least the discount train stops there.
You're correct, because if you're going to let this Nosmani survive, this will be a potential combo that Staz cannot deal by the following turns. But you are correct. He was able to deal with the Nosmani using a shield slab and doing a trade, trying to dig some answers for a potential bigger board coming from Mustang.
Staz is actually getting really close to finding the lethal right now. He actually has 2 to the front. So his missile smite costs 2, and the faces each cost 1. That gives him 18 damage, still not enough.
You are correct. So I guess there's also another charged minion, but hopefully can get it on time.
Yeah.
Now, what Mustang is doing is, doing a whiteboard, always trying to contest what Staz has to deal with the potential board that Mustang is going to develop by the following turns.
Yep, Mustang here is just trying to get the most value out of his Nasmani and his Sethek every turn. Maintain that whiteboard, make Staz have the answer. Oh, and we see here Staz has drawn the other charge minion, Captain Galvanga. So I think he may have. Yeah, I mean, if Staz can find a way to clear out the taunts, then he has lethal on the very next turn.
I agree. But I believe Staz is leaning towards playing a Lord Barov, and hopefully the minefield hit Lord Barov. Or there's a possibility that
Yes,
that I won't hit Lord
it's actually
Barov.
I think it's actually a guaranteed clear, right? Because when you play Lord Barov, you have 4 minions on the other side have 1 health and himself, which is 2. Whereas Minefield does 5. So if it doesn't kill the Barov, it kills everyone else.
I agree. So
He's
there you
gonna-
go. There's
There we go. Oh, he's gonna use his bank in the draw.
drawing a bulwark of Azeroth,
Oh.
but we'll see what could be the potential comeback from Mustang since
Must-
his board was cleared out.
Yep. Mustang needs a taunt here immediately. I don't think he knows that Staz has the combo ready, but if there is no taunt this turn, Staz will just combo kill him the very next turn.
Agree. So, how much damage are we looking at here from Captain Galvan? Galvan Gar. So that's 9 damage.
So he
times
can commit
3.
twice. Yep, so that's 27, and then we have the weapon hit. So yep, he's going for it now. So that's 31 damage total. More than enough to finish him off. There we go. Oh, he's actually gonna play the Mr. Smite as well.
Wow.
For the
That is
overkill.
crazy.
For the overkill. We have, what is that? 27, 30, 37 damage.
That's overkill.
Overkill. And then
Good
we have Staz.
job.
Staz takes the win, game 2.
You are correct. Oria, ladies and gentlemen, your winner for this match and this bracket is Staz. And that is actually a very crazy finisher doing an overkill against Mustang. Staz showing his flair against Mustang. And this is actually a very interesting match because I believe Mustang is not anticipating the potential combo by that turn, but good job for Staz.
Yeah, I mean, good job to both players. It's just unfortunate that maybe Staz had the read on Mustang, knew that he was going to queue up the Rally Preach again and queued up a sort of
You're
soft counter
correct.
to it. Staz being a player we know very well from the APAC GMs,
Correct.
showing that he can still get it done today.
You are correct. And good job to Staz and Orya. What could be, I believe that what happened there, the director play from the first round, I believe that cost Mustang the match. And all throughout, I believe that it kind of affected his run in this tournament.
Yep. Well, hopefully we'll see him next time. Interestingly though, this we've seen Rally Priest, we've seen Charge Warrior. Surprising, no one is gone for the 4-mana Il'gynoth or Face Hunter. I really thought these two decks would be the most represented here today.
I believe so as well. And don't worry, we are going to feature other matches here in the tournament. And I'm also excited to see an Il'gynoth on stream. But don't worry, Orya, I believe that we do have a lot to talk about, especially the decks to expect here in this tournament. Because again, there's an element of surprise for this tournament. But we're just going to take a short break, guys. So please stay tuned. Once again, this is Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament. Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activation Blizzard. Once again, this is Letequila, and with me,
I'm Orya. Stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon. Brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And talking about what happened earlier, that was a very crazy match against Mustang and Staz. Any thoughts on what happened there, Arya?
Yeah, I mean, game one, it was just Mustang didn't really get to play Hearthstone, did he? I mean, with the turn three, facing a turn three Drakthar, having his own Drakthar not activated, not much he could do about that. Game two, just facing up against a bad matchup and getting combo kill feels bad for Mustang, I guess.
Yeah, I believe so. That I guess that small mistake kind of cost him that bracket. But just a quick one, Orya. Don't you know that today is Day of Valor for in my country, or it's what we call Araw ng Kagitingan, which is a national regular holiday here in the Philippines. You know, it commemorates the fall of Bataan back in World War II. So just that's just a quick a trivia about what's happening here in the Philippines. But right now, Orya, as what we were talking about earlier, I believe we are going to expect decks like Hunters, Face Hunters, Lifesteal Demon Hunters. Any thoughts on what could be the potential deck that we're going to feature next?
Yeah, I think we may be seeing a lifesteal demon hunter here as we're just about to go into the game. Interesting to see if they've included Kurtrus back into the lifesteal demon hunter because we know there's some interesting things going around yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. But do you have any ideas of who are the players that we're going to feature for the next match?
Oh, it seems we have Patrick '07 and Never, both from the Philippines, as I'm to understand. And I think the game is underway. We have Patrick with a warrior, what's looking to be a control warrior, and Never on a paladin.
That's interesting. Any thoughts of what kind of warrior deck did Patrick '07 brought to this tournament?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell because with a charge warrior or with like a Kazakhstan warrior, they both run quite similar cores. It's just a lot of removal, and then a very singular sort of win condition. They only win one way, right? So until we've seen either one of those packages, ourselves as well as opponent never will be kept guessing.
I
Oh,
agree. And looking at the hand of Patrick '07, we do have a Battleground
yep.
Battlemaster on his hand. So I'm guessing this is more of similar fashion of the combo deck, but leaning towards Wind Fear combo. I'm not really sure what kind of deck this is, but are we expecting a potential charge Wind Fury?
Yep, that's right. It seems with the Battlegrounds Battlemaster drawn, we know what Patrick is running right now. He's running the charge combo similar to Staz. Um, so this Wind Fury has the added benefit of not having to accumulate as many combo pieces as Staz did. Being able to, just combo out with 2, 3 combo pieces and just go for the kill there.
Absolutely. And right now, looking at the board of Never, this is actually a very scary board. And I'm not really sure if Patrick '07 can deal with this board,
Mm.
especially there's a Divine Shield and as well as a Prismatic Jewel Kit. So if Patrick '07 is going to deal with that Annoytron, which is very annoying, it will trigger some abilities coming from Prismatic Jewel Kit. But Patrick '07 was able to play a Brawl, leaving an Argent Squire on board. Now, the next question is, will Patrick '07 go for an Outriders act, or removing the Divine Shield coming from the Argent Squire?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, I want to talk about the brawl first, right? That's a
Mhm.
interesting thing to note is that if a minion is killed by brawl, it doesn't actually activate the prismatic jewel kit. So uh, Patrick was really unfortunate there to have the another one of the two divine shield minions still remaining on board. But I think he has the life total to play with to sort of let it tank phase for once. But we'll see what he chooses to do.
I agree. If ever there's a buff minion, on Patrick O7's side, there is a heavy plate and as well as a shield slam. So I guess you are correct. Patrick O7 has the life has some health to sacrifice, checking what could be the potential play for Never.
Yep, and I guess this is exactly why Patrick made that decision, right? Maybe he was afraid of this precisely blessing of authority coming down. If this still had the divine shield on it, Patrick would have to tank 11 damage just to remove the shield or use one of his spells. This way, I think Patrick has a very clean clear in heavy plate, armor up, and shield slam.
You're correct. And also there is a frozen buckler. So in case
Mm-hmm.
that if Never was so lucky to have more than 10 health, at least Patrick O7 can deal with it. But right now, he went for, as what I have discussed earlier, a heavy plate and as well as a shield slam,
Yep,
leaving a 0 minion on board.
that's right. And the reason why I think he went that instead of Frozen Buckler is because the Buckler has a lot more flexibility later in the game, being able to combo with Shield Shatter perfectly for the 10 mana for 10 cost. And Never here is just gonna refill with some Divine Shield minions.
You are correct. So if if Never has another minion with the Divine Shield, do you think Patrick O7 can still deal with it later on? Knowing that he was able to utilize the first brawl, are we going to expect a second brawl later on, or he's going to deal with 5 damage on board? But looking at this state, there's a Divine Shield, which is pretty annoying on the side of Patrick O7.
Yep, it's very annoying, and I think Patrick here, he doesn't really have a choice. I don't think he's gonna swing his weapon in here. I was thinking maybe he could equip the Bulwark because his hand really isn't looking great. This is the problem with uh, this charged warrior type of builds, right? You have to accumulate your combo pieces, but if it comes too early, like we see with Patrick's hand where he has 3 combo pieces and not much removal, so this really puts pressure on him to have to find the removal quickly.
Absolutely. But that was a good top deck coming from Patrick O7. That is a minefield. It could definitely help him look for answers, remove the Divine Shields. But then again, these Divine Shields will definitely proc Prismatic Jewels Kit ability. Now, do you think that top deck Mr. Smite would help this turn?
You mean from Patrick?
Yes, you're for Patrick O7's side. Since he was able to top deck on Mr. Smite, will he use that Mr. Smite to trade with some Divine Shields here
Hmm.
on the side of Never?
Well, I think that's certainly something to think about, but he'll be losing a lot of damage as well, I suppose. In fact, we're not sure that Patrick runs Mr. Smite, given that he also has the Battleground Spellmaster. Remember, again, this is a closed deck list, so we do not know what the
Correct.
players are running.
There you have it. So that's a minefield dealing with or removing the Divine Shields coming from the annoying taunts. And he went for a Mr. Smite trade for another taunt. Um, this is actually very scary for Patrick O7 because there's the momentum for Never for this round.
Yep. I think there's something wrong with my client. Seems like Never is going face, pointing arrows at the face.
Uh-huh. No worries. What happened here right now is never played a Catacomb Guard, and also trade some minions, removing the smite. And right now, Patrick O7 was able to get another minefield, and now he's actually hovering to Rakara. But the problem here is, um, I'm not really sure if he's going to play Rokara or going for an Outrider's Axe, but he went for an Outrider's Axe, dealing damage to Anoyatron, and then that is actually a good top deck, which is a Lord Barov. Now, he can save this Lord Barov for later, um, trying to force Never to play out, bigger minions so he can so Patrick O7 can deal the board easily by the upcoming turn.
Yep, sorry for the difficulties there, but oh, and we have a disconnect from the players. But oh no, we're back. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a really good top deck from Patrick right now. We see that he has the Rancor Barov combo to gain him a lot of life. So he can actually just face tank the Divine Shield if he wants. But it seems like he's thinking about going for the draw.
You're correct. Now, he was able to. Actually, Patrick O7 is getting more tools to deal with the board of Never, which is actually a good sign for Patrick O7's comeback. But what could be the possible line of play for Patrick O7 here?
Yeah, I think Patrick O7's top decks here have really given him all the tools. So now I think he's really turned the corner here. Probably gonna go for some Shield Shatter combo. Oh no, he's just gonna use Hero Power to gain the armor.
Okay.
He still doesn't see the need to clear off these two big 4-6 and 4-7 minions yet.
Which I commend Patrick O7 because he's anticipating a bigger board, so he's just holding off his board wives, forcing Never to play out a wider board. So once Never played out all the potential minions that he has in his hand, then Never will be running out of gas once those board wives come from Patrick O7.
Yeah, you make a great point there. Patrick's actually only has one major board wipe in Barov and well, two in the Shield Shatter Rancor. And he recognizes that, if he's never dead on board, then he can just sit back, relax, and wait for Never to build a bigger board for him to clear.
And that is a Rancor.
Yep.
That is actually a good play coming from Patrick O7. After forcing Never to play out some minions, now he's down to 0 minions once again. Now, the next question is, will Never can keep up, knowing that there's a Rokara, and with a 21 armor, and a Noyatron doing a good reset coming from Never. I'm not really sure if Never can keep up with the potential combo later on from Patrick O7. Oh, all right. So right now, what's happening is there's a technical difficulties, but I apologize for that, guys. But now, what's happening right now is that Patrick O7 was able to deal with the board of Never and played Mutinous, the Devourer, eating up the Goliath Sneeze Masterpiece, which is a good catch coming from Mutinous. Um, if uh, if you guys were was able to catch up with what happened earlier due to the technical difficulties, once again, that is a Mutinous getting a Goliath Sneeze Master.
I think that's
Maybe-
definitely one of the best targets he could pick out in a deck that runs small 1/1s and 2/2s. But yep, Never throws it down. Besides, he's gonna try for a game 2.
You're correct. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match is Patrick O7. That is actually a good tempo coming from Patrick O7. He was able to force Never to play out some minions, and it left never minionless and never was able to pinpoint that he can't keep up with Patrick O7, leaving with a concede against Patrick O7.
Yep. Never started the game off really aggressively, flooding out the board, hoping that Patrick didn't have the removal, and he was almost right. Patrick did almost run out of removal, but managed to just get there to close it out.
You're correct. But if you were in his shoe or in Never's shoes, Orya, what could be the possible play there? Especially that you know for yourself that you are against a control warrior. Should you like test the potential board wise of Patrick O7, the Strut, just a number of minions because you know for yourself that your board will be dealt with if you show a wide board.
Yeah, definitely. I think after the early stages of the game, once you get, when the warrior has about 7, 8 cards in hand, he's gonna have the removal more often than not. So you gotta ration out your resources effectively, right?
You're correct. And as what we are talking about earlier, this time, Orya, wish granted. This is definitely an OTK Demon Hunter.
Yep, that's right. We already see in Patrick's hand 4 mana Ilganov and the philosophy over there. We know that's gonna copy a 2 mana 2 for Moark.
You're correct. But do you think Patrick O7 can unleash that combo on time, or will he get run down by Never? Because looking at the board, this is more of a burn shaman. So one of the problems for OTK Demon Hunter is more on completing the combo, right?
Yeah, that's right. OTK Demon Hunter has to accumulate its resources, and it only has a limited heals. So if it uses all its heals to stay alive in the early stages of the game, it actually runs out of win conditions. But never here, he's running a very strange build of I think Elemental Shaman here that is going for. Most likely with a Doomhammer because we see a Storm Strike in hand. He's got some decent damage going on in the early games.
Absolutely. So that is a question for Patrick O7. Is he going to complete the combo on time, or um never can race against Patrick O7? Because this is actually a very scary board. If Patrick O7 is going to ignore this, then he's going to get punished by this.
Yep. And we see there Patrick going for the double jump first. I think he was hoping to draw Spectral Sight. That would complete his stage 1 of his quest, and then he could play Sigil for free. But he missed on that. He got an I-Beam instead, so no quest completion. And yeah, things are looking pretty poorly for Patrick. He doesn't have any draw left in hand. He's drawing 2 more cards, so he needs to find his resources really quick.
You are correct. But
Oh,
what happened
What?
there? Oh yeah, what?
what happened?
A blunder.
A blunder indeed. He just lightning bolt his face.
I believe that never is playing. Is this a common problem for people playing on an iOS or an Android? Instead of hitting the face of your opponent, you're hitting it on your face.
Oh my god, Tequila, I don't know. I always try to drag my cursor around the board to the face so I don't make this mistake.
Yeah. Now, looking at Patrick O7, he was able to get those card draws, as what you have discussed earlier. Prior to this turn, he has no card draws, but luckily that was a good top deck. But looking at this state, will that 3 damage cost Never this round?
Well, it's hard to say. Well, the good thing is that 3 damage to his face won't matter if Patrick has a combo. So the question is, will he get Patrick down to a point where he's 3 damage off lethal? It certainly looks like it can get there. But we see
You're
Patrick
correct.
has the Fell Scream Blast and Eye Beams in hand, and a Talented Arcanist. So I think this is he's gonna go up to close to full life here.
Absolutely. And actually, looking at Patrick O7's hand, there's a Spectral Sight on the Outcast range and as well as a Tusk Piercer, which will trigger another card draw. And I'm not really sure if this is another quest completion, but
That's strange. Wasn't Spectral Sight on the Outcast position? Because if he had played Spectral Sight first, he would have drawn 2 cards and then 2 more off the Acrobatics, and he would be close. He would have gotten quest completion this turn. I suppose he was worried about hand size, but yeah,
absolutely.
he's going to use the Talented Arcanist and Fell Scream Blast here to sort of clear out some hand size. I think that may have been a misplay there. I'm not sure if you caught that.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Patrick 7 is going to play that Spectral Sight, but I believe that is also another blunder. But I don't know. I believe Patrick 7 is just going to make it fair with never. But we don't know. What you have shared might be true. Patrick 7 is dealing with a bigger hand size. That could be the potential idea behind it, but I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah. Okay, so Never has just drawn a Doomhammer. So the question now is, does Patrick run Azeroth Viper in his deck? Or is he going full greed with just some guild traders and the need for greed even?
And
Usually, yeah, usually the Demon Hunter list run at least one Azeroth Viper in case of getting rid of the Bulwark of Azina from Warrior or Carriel's Weapon from the Paladin.
I
But
believe so. But of course, this is a tournament with closed for players in this tournament won't submit their deck, so we are not really sure if Patrick 07 has the answer to that Doomhammer. Because if Patrick 07 is going to lead this Doomhammer up, Patrick 07 is going to get punished by this. But there's also another option for Patrick 07. Instead of dealing with the Doomhammer, he can go for a combo already because looking at his hand, he has already Ilgonaut. All he needs to do is to draw those Moargs and go for a kill. But we do not know. Hopefully, Patrick 07 can get those Moargs on time because looking at the hand of Never, he also has Storm Strike. That is a potential 10 damage on the face of Patrick 07. But what are your thoughts here, Oria? Who do you think will have a lethal here?
Yep, I mean, at this point, it's gonna be a straight up race. If Never top decks a Rock Biter weapon or another Storm Strike, it's straight up lethal. So Patrick's aware of that, and he's gonna Eye Beam his own minion to get out of that 16 damage range.
You are correct.
Yeah. I think I was actually wondering if Never was just gonna opt not to play any minions here because we've reached a stage where, Patrick is most likely got those Immolation Auras, those Fell Scream Blasts to heal back up for more. It may have been worth just going all in on the weapon phase plan here. But we see a
Absolutely.
Moarg drawn, and I think, is that lethal?
I believe so. No. Since Morarg is 0 mana, let's check. Ilgonaut is 4 mana. Morarg 0.
I think 2, 4. That's 12 damage on the Moargs, and then so that's 19. So unfortunately, his Guild Trader costs 4, but
he needs another turn for this.
Yep.
Actually.
But will he survive? He may he may have to just play it safe and use his eye beams on his use the Fell Scream Blast on his own minions just to stay alive here.
I guess so because this is actually a very risky
Oh,
in the end of Patrick O7. If he's not going to heal up, that is actually a lethal. Let's
yep.
say never top decks burst damage or another let's say there's actually a
Oh,
top deck of Grey Worm, so that's
oh,
actually a good
yeah,
top
that would
deck.
have actually been lethal actually, because four
Correct.
from the weapon, three from Grey Worm, and one from the Kindling Elemental, but would have been exactly 8 damage. So good read on Patrick. But I would have liked to seen Patrick trade the Guild Trailer there, because he's only has 6 cards in deck and acrobatics in hand. He's gonna see all cards in his deck. Getting that Guild Trader discounted may be very important. We'll see if he gets
Absolutely.
punished for that,
All right, so that's
right?
the second more.
And he gets a philosophy. So right now, I think all he needs is his second talented Arcanist or Guild Trader and the Fell Scream Blast, because you see here his Guild Trader being 4 mana really hurts him right now.
Absolutely. And this is a very scary board because even if so he's going for
He's going to get the
acrobatic
extra.
trigger.
Okay, he has the second. All right. So yep, I think he has lethal for sure. Because oh wait, no, he played both his Fell Scream Blast, didn't he?
Agree.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh wow! So
right.
he's going. Oh, yeah, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that he played both his Falcon Blast. So this is
Oh
all
my god.
awesome right now. Oh, will he draw the? Is he gonna draw
First.
the?
No.
Oh no! Oh no! It could have been a rock biter weapon or a storm strike there. Instead, it's a but it's still lethal. Oh, it's still lethal. Okay, okay. Well done, Never. I almost thought he
you
missed it there.
Me too as well. As what you were discussing earlier, this is actually a race. So the player of Patrick O7 was run down by Never. That was actually a good play coming from Never because he was able to contest the board against Patrick O7. Patrick O7 is forced to play his last lifesteal that could have been the potential lethal for Never. So that was actually a good play. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match is Never. Good job, Never.
Job. So yeah, I mean the match played out just like we mentioned, right? If the shaman runs the lifesteal demon hunter out of his lifesteal options, he's just gonna play Boardstone, right?
Very scary for Patrick O7. But do you think should Patrick O7 still use the same deck against Never, knowing that Never is comfortable playing against an OTK Demon Hunter, but we'll definitely see.
Well, it seems Patrick decides no, he'll go back to what has earned him the victory before, the Charge Warrior. And Never is also gonna go on the deck that has got him the win in the Elemental Shaman.
You're correct. So far we can see that both players are using the comfortable decks that they have right now and try to repeat the same winning moment for each. So now, what could be the potential play here, Oria? Since we already know that this is more of a burst shaman, and Patrick O7 is bringing a controlled warrior.
Yeah, so in some ways, this matchup is quite similar to the last one that we just saw, except instead of lifesteal, the warrior here has armor gain, and a lot more armor gain than what the lifesteal demon hunter has. And also, the warrior has Bulwark of Azeroth, which, if it's faced on an empty board, Never will have to sink multiple charges of his Doomhammer just to take charges off the Bulwark. So again, we're gonna have to see Never build up some early pressure, try to pressure Patrick's life total, ask Patrick the question, does he have the removal, and get up to a point where Doomhammer can finish the job. Whereas Patrick, he's just trying to stay alive and get his combo going.
You are correct. And Oria, Do you think that Never has enough damage, especially that we know for this kind of deck, this Control Warrior has so much, because we can consider the armor gain more like a health gain, like passing through the 30 health cap, right? So
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if this kind of deck could surpass that that huge life coming from a Control Warrior.
That's right. It seems Never has a tall mountain to climb over here, and his hand doesn't seem to be cooperating either. So much removal against a deck that plays minions. Besides, because when they play the minion, you're dead.
You're correct. Um, Now looking at the hand of Patrick 07, this is more of a passive hand, just waiting for some minions on board. And what Never did there was Stormstrike his own minion just to have that 10 damage on the face. So what I'm thinking here right now for Never is he's going to run down Patrick 07 as early as turn 7, 8, just to make sure that Never can reach that threshold. Because the turns as the game prolongs, Patrick 07 is going to make his life way questionable for Never.
Yep, you're absolutely right there. So Never is just trying to get in as much damage as possible before Patrick has the time to draw and accumulate his armor gain cards here. Patrick has
Correct.
set up a really nice draw opportunity here. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Maybe he's thinking of using the Rancor to gain 2 armor, but he can just hero power that up. So, oh, he's worried about hand size.
Hand size, you're
Hand
correct,
size.
because right now Patrick 07 has 9 cards in his hand.
That's
So
right.
he can go for it and he can just throw, let's say, a minefield or to the front, I guess. So he's going to keep all cards
No,
or
I think
no?
yeah, yep. He's gonna throw the minefield out. Um, and again, we see the problem here with Charge Warrior, where if you draw your combo pieces too early, they sort of stay in your hand, not doing anything. So we have a Phases Manipulator and 2 to the fronts that are just taking up hand space, sort of making Patrick's life difficult to draw. And yeah, but
You're correct. So right now, the combo pieces acts like a dead card or more of a curse card in the hand. Now, Never is actually developing a board. Since that was a mine, since Patrick 07 was able to throw a minefield, thinking here could be, um, let's develop a board. Let's see if Patrick 07 can deal with it. But apparently, that actually cost Never an additional 4 health or 4 armor for Patrick 07,
yep.
and leaving him with a 0 board once again.
That's right, and Patrick just top decked the Bulwark of Azenov as well. So unless Never runs the Viper and draws it soon, he's gonna have a really hard time as well, especially because he has only 1 minion on board and no card draw left.
You are correct. So, looking at the hand of Patrick 07, he's definitely going to play that Bulwark of Azuna just to survive the following turns. And as what you have mentioned, Never doesn't have any card draw, so he's going to deal with that Azunoth, a Bulwark of Azunoth, um, using the charges of Doomhammer and hoping to get card draws, going to have potential damage. But is he really going to play the
Oh,
Stormstrike?
yeah, I thought I saw his. Okay. I think
Yeah,
he
the held
realized
back.
it just in time. He held back. So, oh, okay, that's another combo piece. So uh, right now, Patrick is just missing either a Mr. Smite or a Captain Galvangar, and he has the lethal actually. He's
Correct.
using so Patrick recognizes that he's really close, and Never is out of gas. So you see Patrick here being very liberal with his removal usage, just using a whole shield shadow to killer out a 1/3 and some totems.
You're correct. Now, that is awaiting Vapor, just just doing a tempo play, and hopefully, never can get some answers dealing with at least 17 damage in one turn. Do you think that is possible on the end of Never?
17 damage is a bit difficult. He would have to have a minion because the breakpoints are 10, 16, and then 22, right? And 22
Oh,
is pretty hard to get. So, yeah, Never needs to find somewhere to get. He has one of the weapon buff spells in his hand. He needs a second one, and then a way to deal the last one damage. The two taunts in Never's hand are looking real bad now, Tequila.
okay. Correct. Because just like in Patrick O7's side, the combo pieces act like a dead card. Same goes with Never. Those turns won't be played on curve. But right now, Patrick O7 went for board clear just to make sure that, as what you have shared, the magic numbers for Shaman, like 10 damage, 16 damage, he wants to make sure that he's not within those ranges. So he went for a board wipe and checking if Never has answers for the following turns. Because right now, Doomhammer is down to 4 charges. Let's see if he
And
can
that's
deal as much damage.
Yep, and that's the Gyworm bringing him down to the sweet spot of 16. He's gonna Is he gonna bank in the 10 now? Obviously, Patrick has the hero power the next turn, so Never needs to swing his weapon this turn for sure. But okay, so he decides to use the Storm Strike together with it,
Okay.
and Never needs to hope to draw either a Rock Biter weapon, because he's already used both Storm Strikes, so he needs a Rock Biter weapon now. Oh, but a Frozen Buckler on Patrick. I think
Correct.
this may just be the nail in the coffin over here.
You're correct. But Patrick O7 went first with cutting class. Hopefully, he can get more answers.
Another
Uh,
cutting class?
mhm.
Yeah.
Another set, the second cutting class, and then he went for frozen buckler. I believe
Frozen
he's going
Buckler.
for a trade here.
Yep. I think he has the life total to do it, and then he's gonna end the turn with a Frozen Buckler anyways. So I think he can draw here. Yep. And
Okay,
then play the Frozen Buckler. Oh,
there we
and there we
go.
have a charged minion. So let's count it up. It's
Yeah,
6. Copy it, so that's 12, and then you have Wind Fury, that's 24. So that's
24
still
damage.
not enough.
So it's either he can get another charged minion, um, but this 17 health will go down to 12 and 7. Okay.
There we have the heavy plate draw. Does he want to? Yeah, I'm not sure. I like Never's play of making the totem there, because that gives Patrick a free draw, and the totem really doesn't apply any sort of pressure whatsoever. So, not sure why he clicked on the button there.
I believe he's thinking about a potential charge minion. That's why he wants to make sure that
Hmm.
he's trying to be conservative with his health. So
Hmm.
I guess that's the reasoning why he went for hero power there. But yes, you're correct. That is just giving Patrick O7 some gas and looking for the potential combo for the following turns. But right now, what do you think should Patrick O7 do in his turn?
Well, there's not much he could do. I mean, he could just armor up and pass, or play the Mr. Smite, Tempo Smite. I think he's going to go for a Tempo Barrel. That's okay too. At this point in the game, Never's minions are never a threat, right? So really,
Yeah.
it all comes down to can Never find enough bursts, and oh, he runs a Fire Elemental to give him some extra reach. Puts Patrick down to 19. Oh, and Rukara for extra 10 armor.
Correct. That this is actually more of a 30-70 on favor of Patrick O7. That's what you have discussed earlier. Patrick 07 has a good read against Never, because you also brought up earlier a potential Mr. Smite tempo, but he went for uh, instead of Mr. Smite, he went for a Lord Barov because there's a torrent. Maybe that's the
Hmm.
mindset that Patrick 07 has earlier. But right now, do you think Never can keep up with Patrick 07, knowing this this stage of the match?
Oh, I think Never's chances are pretty slim. Like he would have to discover something amazing here. Patrick is down to 3 cards in deck, so he's definitely gonna find his combo piece relatively soon. Especially with the one more. Oh, sorry, the weapon charges. Uh, the Outrider's axe is being replaced. So, but yeah, 3 cards left in deck. He's gonna find the combo pretty soon, and I don't think Never has enough damage right now. Oh,
There you have it.
there you have it. That is a GG for Patrick.
And actually, this is a very interesting pairing because this is 2-1 in favor of Patrick 07. And he was able to draw Captain Gryphon almost down to the very end of Patrick 07's deck. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match is Patrick 07. This is actually a 2-1 against Never. So good job for the two of them. Since Never was able to show us some quality plays earlier, contesting the lifesteal Demon Hunter. But at this point, Never was unfortunate, and Patrick 07 was successful in keeping up with the pressure that Never is dealing with earlier, as what we have witnessed.
Yeah, I think Never went for a very unorthodox kind of build with the shaman having the torrent and the dunk tanks in there as well. Usually, I think the shaman likes to have a bit more of an elemental focus. You're building up a board just to create a lot of early game pressure, and then once you hit turn 5, turn 6, that's when the Doomhammer comes in and finishes the game off. But with Never's build of Shaman, it was a lot more slower. You saw he had 2 torrents in
Correct.
hand that just weren't doing anything. And we even saw his Dungeoneer pulling out a Dunk Tank, which, lucky for him, it got the job done. But, you can imagine a case where it would have been Rock by the Weapon or death, right?
Absolutely. So Never kind of fell short. But you know what, Oria? I really had some fun while watching our competitors for this tournament. And for our viewers, guys, we'll just take a break for the meantime. And let's see if we're going to witness another Demon Hunter later on. Maybe a different variant, or let's say a very solid turn 7, turn 6 Ilgonaut combo up, but we are not sure. But once again, this is Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon. Once again, I'm Litequila, and with me,
This is Oreo. We'll be right back.
so stay tuned. back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And you know what, Arya? The previous match was really crazy. That's a 2-1 against Patrick07 versus Never. Any thoughts on what happened earlier?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like from the two games that we've seen so far, Charge Warrior has been doing pretty well. It's taken. I don't think we've seen Charge Warrior lose a game yet, have we?
You're correct. And Patrick07 is showing some flair in this tournament, showing some highlights coming from, as what you have mentioned, a combo, let's say a combo control warrior. And it is actually interesting that he's using a different deck, which is not what we are expecting in this tournament, though he was able to showcase an OTK Demon Hunter and never was able to answer that deck. Do you think players in this tournament are also expecting OTK Demon Hunter? So the best course of action is bring some aggressive decks, something like a Burn Shaman and I guess a Face Hunter?
Yeah, I think so. I think with this sort of mini meta that we have for the 5 days, OTK Demon Hunter is definitely at the front of everybody's mind because of all that nerf removal, right? But
Yeah, correct.
it seems like from what we've seen at least, it's not doing so well.
Correct. But you know what? As what I wished for earlier is that hopefully we can see a different variant of Demon Hunter and another wish granted. Coming from QuincyEco, he's playing a different kind of Demon Hunter. And on SylvanHunter's side, she's using a rogue deck. And apparently, due to technical difficulties, we're not able to see and witness the cards on SylvanHunter's end. But any thoughts on what kind of a deck is this, Oreo, coming from QuincyEco?
Ah, yes, the good days when Priestess of Fury was, 6/7 mana, 6/7. This card used to be a powerhouse back when it was first released, and it seems QuincyEco is trying to run it back. Um,
Absolutely.
from the looks of it, I think he's playing some big demon sort of a strategy. Maybe we'll be seeing the imprisoned Ancient, the 10/6 dormant that comes out and deals 10 damage.
You're correct. And this is what I like about this tournament. People can bring any kinds of decks that they prefer. And this is actually one of those decks that we both don't know and we're not really that some player wanted to bring, let's say, a big Demon Hunter. Because by the looks of it, there's a Raging Fell Screamer, and we're able to see a more Forge Fiend on the hands of QuincyEco. This is actually a big problem for Sylvan Hunter if those big demons or the crazy minions coming from QuincyEco is on the board already. But do you think can Sylvan Hunter run down QuincyEco before those demons come play?
Yes, I bet QuincyEco is feeling real good now playing a 5 mana 6/7 that deals 6 damage. It must feel really good. Sylvan Hunter
Correct.
here, I think she's gonna have to look for an assassin, an SI assassin, or the SI treasure, that the gizmo that bounces the minion back here. Otherwise, she's in for some trouble.
You're correct. And looking at the board, as what you have shared in the inception of Princess of Fury in the standard meta, this is actually a very oppressive card. When this card was reverted back, this is something that I'm not really expecting that will show up in this tournament. But leaving that on board, then that is a big problem for Sylvan Hunter because Princess of Fury deals 6 damage randomly. And that is actually a crazy top deck,
Oh,
which is Taint Heart Torment. So,
yeah.
any thoughts or expectations on what is going to happen
Oh,
here?
Quincy Echo, I want to see him take the Skull of Gul'dan here. It's just so much value. Come
Agree,
on,
agree.
let's take the scout. Let's take the scout. And yeah, and like you said, Priestess of Fury, very oppressive. Not only does it do 6 damage as its ability, it also has 6 power. So just as a vanilla 6/7 coming down on turn 5, that is very powerful already. Oh, and we see QuincyEco going for the Chaos Leech here. Why? Why? Why didn't he take the fun card?
For the stream, for the
For the
fans.
stream, for the fans. He's going for the safer route, playing the Cult Neophyte, just to disrupt his opponent's turn just a bit.
You are correct. Because that's a cult neophyte and unanswered Priestess of Fury. So the next question is, will there be a shenanigans coming from SylvanHunter? But that is a concede. So ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this match is QuincyEco. You know what? That is actually a quick match coming from QuincyEco because this is something that players are not really expecting in this tournament. I am actually surprised seeing a different kind of Demon Hunter in this tournament, and that is a big Demon Hunter. And Priestess of the Fury showing some flair and was not answered. So Sylvan Hunter was punished because of that.
Yeah, I mean that's why this format is really so exciting and great for us. I mean, we as casters here, we're getting excited as just the rest of you viewers, finding out what our players are bringing in. I mean, Priestess of Fury, that was a really fun card back in the day, and glad to see it being pulled out here. I mean, I'm, I'm starting to think, does QuincyEco have more up his sleeves, or is he gonna run it back and go with this big Demon Hunter deck? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, deep inside, since QuincyEco brought a different kind of deck, I'm actually deep inside expecting a different variant once again. But we'll see and we'll definitely witness if he's going to use the same kind of deck. But the next question is, will Sylvan Hunter use the same deck? Knowing Quest Rogue is actually oppressive even for ladder, but by the looks of it, Sylvan Hunter is using let's say aggressive version of the current meta deck for priest. But do you think Sylvan Hunter could run down QuincyEco this time?
Yeah, I think Sylvan Hunter's thought process here, I'm pretty sure she was surprised to see Big Demon Hunter as well. And how do you counter such an unorthodox deck on such short notice, right? So I think
Correct.
she's going with the default plan here. If you don't know how to beat them, just face them, right? Just go
Correct.
face, and it might work out. It might work out.
Correct. And right now, based on your experience in ladder, Oria, do you agree that Sylvan Hunter's deck can keep up in this tournament? Because in my experience in ladder, I always see this kind of deck. This aggro priest is really annoying and at the same time too fast for me to deal with.
Mm. Yeah, I would say on ladder, Shadow Priest is actually, especially right now, one of the weaker aggro decks because Hunter has gotten buffed with the nurse being
Mhm.
removed, and then you have Beast Druid as well. So I'm not too sure I like Shadow Priest as the aggro deck of choice here, but Sylvan Hunter must have some comfort level with it to
Agree.
bring it, especially with this spicy tech of King Mukla on turn 3.
You are correct. I was surprised to see a King Mokla in this tournament. I was not expecting that to show up in this tournament, but good catch from Sylvan Hunter. She has also surprises in her sleeve, and I'm not really
Oh, and
Whoa!
speaking of surprises, oh, watch post. Okay, so this is not your normal aggro freeze. Whatever
Correct.
I know on ladder is just thrown out the window, Tequila.
Agree. I'm also not expecting a Crossroads wash post showing up in this tournament. So technically speaking, this is a very different deck. Let's say a Shadow Priest with a touch of Wash Post and King Mukla. But
Wow.
will QuincyEco contest the board knowing that this is a very different freeze deck.
Yeah, the wash post came down just in time to block QuincyEco's Skull of Gul'dan here. He would have really liked to play that on turn 5. Oh, but he's actually gonna go for the Sigil of Silence. So okay, he's saying that he's willing to take 2 extra damage this turn, but next turn he's gonna silence everything else. I actually would have liked QuincyEco to play the Star Student as well, just to get a 4/3 on board, Temple 4/3.
You are correct. That could have been the play just to keep up with the board of SylvanHunter. And also, SylvanHunter's way of playing her cards is very interesting because earlier she went for a King Mokla, giving 2 bananas to Echo, and then a Crossroads Watch Post was played. So, technically speaking, it will definitely buff the minions of SylvanHunter. So that could have been the play without that sigil of silence. So looking at this at this rate, um, all the favor went to Sylvan Hunter because um, for this kind of deck that QuincyEco brought in this tournament, it requires setup. The big demons won't really get on board without that setup. Now, since this is the big demon hunter, the the board wipes are not really there. But so what do you think, Oria? How can QuincyEco deal with the board of Sylvan Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've gotten to a stage where QuincyEco really needs to get like his Priestess of Fury, or there we have it, or maybe an Imprisoned Ancient to come down soon. He's got a taunt here, which is not bad, but the funny interaction is even though he silenced his Watch Pros, the Watch Pros which initially can't attack, now it's just a 4-mana 4/6.
Which
That's
is a
pretty
good
good.
card.
Yeah,
Actually.
that's pretty good. So it's kind of, if I don't deal with it, I'm in trouble. If I silence it, I'm also in trouble.
You're
It,
correct.
it seems like
Uh,
SylvanHunter really has brought some spice to this tournament.
You're correct. And by the way, Sylvan Hunter is actually a Singapore-based professional Hearthstone player and analyst for Complexity Gaming. So this is actually a good debut of Sylvan Hunter here in the Southeast Asia tournament for Hearthstone.
Yep, that's great. That sounds great to have her back.
Correct. And also, well, we are featuring a Filipino versus Filipino player. And I believe Sylvan Hunter is the only Philippine, we can say only Filipina participated in this tournament. So, the perks of the only lady in this tournament.
Yep, it would be nice to see her go all the way to the finals, wouldn't it?
Correct. And Sylvan Hunter is showing some flair here. Playing 2 cult neophytes, giving a very hard time for QuincyEco. But good thing that QuincyEco was able to do some earlier setups. He can actually play for a Priestess of Year, hoping to remove some minions of Sylvan Hunter. But do you think should
Oh, I think
QuincyEco
Quincy
went?
Echo just missed lethal here. Because he could have casted his bananas on the. Oh, but he's gonna try to go for the
Okay.
unreliable way. He really needs it to happen.
Let's
Does
see.
he
Let
get
us see.
it? 1 damage.
No!
Oh,
leaving one,
he
leaving
had
with
2
one health.
bananas in hand. He had 2 bananas in hand. Oh,
You are correct. At least one banana could have been played in that
there's 1
turn.
banana. Yep. Just 1
Yeah,
banana would have been enough. Does
correct.
Sylvan Hunter have the punish here? Oh, he's 2 damage short. Does he have it? What is he looking for? Oh, so
Oh
close. Never
no!
punished.
I thought this will go on Sylvan Hunter's uh, favor,
Unfortunately,
but
yeah,
unfortunately,
unfortunately. Yeah. QuincyEco, I mean, it's a very spicy bring, and I'm really happy to see such an interesting sort of deck tag. But I would have liked to see his play sort of cleaned up a bit more. We saw, towards the end of the game, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of that 4/3 outcast now. Still in his hand, floating a lot of mana when he could have created some tempo, but he gets it done with his Priestess of Fury. Yeah.
You're correct. And for SylvanHunter, congratulations for reaching in this part of the tournament. And she actually showed us very interesting priest deck. I'm not really expecting that kind of priest deck here in the tournament, but she definitely did a good job in this tournament. And actually, this match is very surprising for the both of us because this is a different variant of Demon Hunter, and as well as we were able to witness a different kind of priest. So I really like what happened there, but unfortunately, I was thinking that the blunder that happened earlier could have cost the other players winning moment, but apparently Sylvan Hunter was not able to get enough gas just to
Yep.
get that lethal. But I'm hoping for the next feature matches we can see something like that because those are the things that we really want to see here in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a community event, is a place where, the community can really just come up with all different interactions. I mean, Sylvan Hunter with the watch post, playing the Mukla, giving his opponent 2 bananas, and then playing the watch post to deny those bananas being played. And even if the opponent had the silence to deal with it, she then just has a 4/6 on board. It seems like she's actually put a lot of thought into her deck building there. That's really,
Agree.
really interesting. Yeah.
If you're going to ask me, that is actually my favorite deck for this tournament. But Orya, let's just take a quick break and just to share with our audience that the Hearthstone Sea or the Hearthstone Southeast Asia tournament, farewell to the year of the Gryphon, wouldn't be a thing without our amazing sponsor, which is Hearthstone Southeast Asia and produced by Andy, our superstar tournament organizer from the Philippines. Once again, guys, I'm Letikila, and with me,
This is Aurea. We'll be right back.
catch you guys later. Hello and welcome back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Envy and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And Oria, that was actually a very interesting match that we had earlier against SylvanHunter and QuincyEco. Players brought two different kinds of decks that we're not really expecting, but it's a wish granted that I actually wish earlier to see a different kind of demon hunter. But what are your thoughts on the interesting deck that Silver Hunter brought in this tournament?
Yeah, I think the last game was definitely really interesting in terms of showcasing the players some flair in deck building, right? I mean, Sylvan Hunter, we talked about the synergy between King Mukla and the Watch Post. It's unfortunate that the game ended so quickly. She may have a lot more surprises in that deck that we didn't get to see, actually.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? Are these the kinds of decks that you're also experiencing, right? Especially this week, that the balance changes were reverted back. Are you seeing some strange decks in ladder currently in High Legend or in Legend at most?
Mm. Yeah, so I mean, I'm playing mostly in a Legend top 1000, and I think people are still, trying to go hard for that top 200 finish, top 50 finish now with the Masters Tours invites on the line for the top 50 finish, right? So I think one of the biggest beneficiaries of these nerfs that have been reverted is definitely Face Hunter, and the reason for that it's because of two cards. One is a Scavenger's Ingenuity, which previously it was a 2 mana draw a beast, give it +2/+2. But now with the nerfs removed,
Three,
it actually
three,
gives it +3/+3. So imagine you put that on a Wolpertingle and you have a 1 mana
four, 4.
4/4, two 4/4s even. That is a huge tempo swing. And of course, a card that may not have we haven't seen so much today, but definitely a lot on ladder is Crab Rider, right? A 2 mana 1/4 Wind Fury. The nerf actually took its Wind Fury to only be a Battle Cry effect, but now it has Wind Fury throughout the game. So Hunter putting some buffs on that little Murloc, it's really hitting face hard. Yeah.
I agree. And you know what? I really have a negative experience against Crab Rider, but good thing I'm also not experiencing any Crab Rider on the ladder currently. Right now, as what we are expecting, another Demon Hunter on the game. And as well as another expectation for this tournament, which is a Druid class. Are we going to see Kael'thas in this deck? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, oh, look, this version of Demon Hunter is actually the Brute Demon Hunter. So that's a lesser seen Demon Hunter deck, even though it's quite well known. And on King Arthur's side, the Druid, I think maybe we're looking at a Kazakhstan Druid here. I mean, Kazakhstan, everybody knows, has been the sort of king
Crazy.
this meta, right? With like the
Correct.
number one deck to beat. So with this capture Kotal Vibe, we'll really find out. Is it gonna pull Kazakhstan or is it gonna pull Kel'Thas? I think he's
Yeah.
gonna pull it here, and we'll see for sure. Oh, he goes for the lower. That's interesting.
Mm.
That's
I
interesting.
believe there's a reason behind getting the lowest card in the deck, so he can simply get potential quality cards from Fungal Fortunes. But as what you have mentioned, this could be a Kazakuzan deck. But if that Fungal Fortunes is played and then discarded that Kazakuzan, what are the other outs if, let's say, this deck plays that kind of deck?
Yes, I mean, if Kazakhstan is burnt, well, then the only win condition left is, well, we see that he has discovered an Arbor Up, so he could go for a board-based plan, or he has to use resizing pouch to, get another finisher, maybe even a discovered Kazakhstan. But that is you're gonna need a lot of RNG on your side.
Agree. Because for you to be able to get Kazakuzan, you need to set up your mana to 8 mana. But what are the chances that you can set it up on 8 mana? Of course, you need to have a full hand and throw a 1 mana spell, perhaps, for you to be able to reach that 8 mana and play the card search. But right now, do you think that would be the route for King Arthur?
Yeah, I mean King Arthur's play is pretty um I'm not sure whether he is a Kazakhstan actually, because he has Fungal Fortunes in hand, which sort of kind of tells you that you really want to get the Kazakhstan out with that Cold Tooth Mine, so that you can start going through your deck, getting the ramp. But maybe he went for the Lightning Bloom to try and play around Glide a little bit. But I'm still not sure as to why he didn't just get the Kazakhstan there.
Agree. And looking at Hearts on Fire's hand, there's also a Kazakuzan. So technically, this is a different deck. Is this something that you see in Ladder? A Demon Hunter, Kazakuzan with a touch of the Bruce and with the Quest, which is really interesting.
Yeah, actually, this is a version of the deck that has been cropping out quite a lot. I think I first saw it in the Masters Tour, right? The idea is that Demon Hunter, the Quest Demon Hunter actually goes through its deck really fast. So it can actually play these other minions like the Vandar, the Brute. And like you see, Vandar being the cheapest minion in there is going to reduce. If the Kazakhstan was still in the deck, it would have reduced it by 3. So,
Oh,
oh, and we see Kazakhstan being burned by King Arthur, just like what we talked about. Oh
correct.
no.
So you definitely had a good read on this deck. This deck is definitely playing a Kazakuzan, as what you are talking about earlier.
Oh
Playing
no.
single fortunes. What are the possibilities that the Kazakuzan will be burned? And apparently, it was burned out. And another route for King Arthur here is to get that Kazakuzan elsewhere or play against Hearts on Fire using board presence. But
Yep.
is that enough for this kind of?
Well, I mean, King Arthur doesn't know it, but we can see Hearts on Fire has double Immolation Aura ready to go, as well as a couple of brutes just to, clog out the board. But actually, Hearts on Fire doesn't really have enough card draw right now, so his brutes are still pretty expensive. And at least it looks like the two 4-8 turtles are gonna stay around for a bit longer.
Agree. But what what card is Hearts on Fire expecting just to get those cards online, such as the brutes? Is this possibly relying on Demon Slayer Curtrus or card shuffle for everyone?
Yeah, I think with the way Hearts on Fire's hand size is looking right now, I mean, he's holding on 8 cards with no card draw. If he top decks card draw, he can't really like draw enough to make the brutes cost, cheap, like 0, and still have the hand space for all those cards. So it's looking like he needs to find some glide out here.
Yeah, I can definitely agree to that. And right now for King Arthur's side, I believe that that is a scenario in war. Do you think that would be a tempo scenario in board just to keep up the pressure against Hearts and Fire?
Mm. I think that's actually not a bad way to go, because I mean usually we would expect the 8 mana minion to have quite a chunky size, right? To sort of dodge this immolation auras. So King Arthur decides instead to go for the scale of Onyxia to get the clean board clear, but that's just gonna walk right into immolation aura.
And also Hearts and Fire did an emote thinking that this is a blunder because um, maybe he's just going to show the emulation aura on King Arthur's end. But do you think that that is enough?
Well, right now, oh, we see the glide, but
I don't know.
I don't
That
know
it is.
about that. I don't think he wants to give his opponent two extra cards here. And Immolation Aura, I mean,
Is that enough?
so he can kill off all the minions except for the two turtles, and then that leave 8 damage on board. But he's on a pretty low life total actually, and things are not looking great for Hearts on Fire. King Arthur may actually just get away with burning his own Kazakhstan.
Correct. By simply contesting the board instead. But actually, that's a good change of game plan for King Arthur. Now, is that a risky play coming from Hearts and Fire, especially that the turtles are up, and there could be, let's say, another arbor up, a potential arbor up, but right now that's a solar eclipse top deck, and what King Arthur is going to do by the following turns is just keep the pressure and hoping that Hearts on Fire cannot contest the turtles.
Yep. I mean, Hearts on Fire's hands is really tied right now. He's quite limited in the things he can do. Really not having those brutes cheap enough to play down in the earlier turns are really hurting him right now. And if he doesn't, even if he manages
Mhm.
to clear the 4 force on the other side, there's still a Solar Cenarian waiting for him. So things are looking pretty difficult. Oh, he's gonna go for the
Okay.
glide now.
Okay. At some point, that is actually a good call, especially that there we were able to witness that there is a solar eclipse and as well as an 8 mana spell that
Yep.
that's very
Oh.
hard for Hearts on Fire to contest. But that's actually a
Oh,
good comeback.
another.
But
I think that's another misplay by Hearts on Fire. If you were to just do the Guild Trailer and the Fell Barrage, that would have actually been a full clear. But he was too quick on the
because of the timer, I believe.
yeah.
All right. So Hearts on Fire was punished by that
Hearts on Fire
misplay.
was punished for the misplay this time. Justice was served. But yeah, it is unfortunate for Hearts on Fire. I mean, he drew the brutes early, but just didn't get quite enough draw. I think he was pretty close, like 2 cards off or 1 card off, to get those brutes playable. And once you get past the first 2 quest stages, your hand is filled up. 7, 8 cards. Your brutes aren't really gonna get played that easily. And King Arthur, I'm not sure why he decided to, Cold Tooth Mine the for the lowest card in his deck, and then play the Fungal Fortunes, which he did get punished as well, but still managed to pull it out with a board-based plan. So
Absolutely. And that's actually a good transition coming from King Arthur. And apparently, as what you have mentioned, a blunder coming from Hearts on Fire that could have extended the match and looking for answers against King Arthur. But apparently, due to time, the pressure that the rope is giving Hearts on Fire, that could been the I'm not really sure what is the mindset behind it, but I believe that is more on the pressure coming from the rope.
y-
But
yeah, I
hopefully,
think
we'll
yeah, I
witness
think
a better play coming from Hearts on Fire in the
yeah, I
upcoming
think
match.
he just felt like his life total was really under pressure. So the moment he saw that healing, that Fell Scream blast with the spell damage, he went for it. But unfortunately, there was a much cleaner clear there, and he still would have had enough life total to tank, a hero power or two. He could have played Courteous, extended the game a bit longer, knowing that King Arthur, once that board is clear, he does not have Kazakhstan. Remember, so
Correct.
yeah.
And well, we both understand the hand of Hearts on Fire is pretty awkward because of the positioning of the brutes. It
Mm.
could have been a different story for Hearts on Fire if he was not able to. get brute early than expected. But good job to Hearts on Fire for doing what he or she can do in his end. But because of the pressure that the rope is giving him,
Mm.
um, extending the match longer could have saved him and win him the game. But good job on King Arthur. But Orya, without looking at the current match, do you think should King Arthur play the same deck or same goes with Hearts on Fire?
Well, I think it really depends on the player's comfort pick. But I was just thinking, wouldn't it be interesting if, say, like Hearts on Fire queues up a Demon Hunter again, but this time instead of being a brute Demon Hunter, you're faced with an OTK Demon Hunter, because that's something that we haven't really seen from our players yet, right? Queuing the same class, but having
Correct.
two total archetypes, playing some mind games a bit.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm expecting as well. Since we were able to see, some bit of blunders for, fair share of blunders for each player. But based on, because I wanted to talk about more about Hearts and Fire's deck. Do you think how can he optimize the strategy of that kind of deck, especially that there's a Brute, there's a Kazakuzan, and as well as the discounts that you're getting from card draws and from the diamond card that he has.
Yeah, so I guess it was a bit unfortunate for Hearts on Fire as well that he actually drew like his Kazakhstan and one of his brutes before he actually drew the Vandar that could discount all his big minions, because if his brutes all costed 3 less when he came out of the deck, he definitely would have been able to play them. So I guess this build of the deck has a bigger sort of a power spike, but a bit less in terms of consistency, because the other way to go about it is to fill your deck with soul
Mhm.
fragments, and
So
that
fragments.
that would give you additional draws when you draw it, right? Just through your spirit jailers, your soul shears. And usually those ones would get those builds of the deck can get their brutes down pretty early. But yeah,
Hmm.
I would say that it was a bit unfortunate for Hearts and Fire, though, the way his top deck gave him the cards that it did. But what can you
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, and knowing that he has a very awkward hand, but he was able to execute some plays out there. But since you brought it up about the soul shards, do you think the best Demon Hunter deck right now is more on, since some of the cards were reverted back? Are you sharing to us that the better Demon Hunter deck right now is something that plays around souls, or is it still the OTK Demon Hunter?
Well, I think the best Demon Hunter deck right now, in theory, should still actually be the OTK, because even without having the quest discounts, um, 4 mana Ilganov and 2 mana more,
Very
you can
impressive.
actually find a combo just off of that, right? Chip in a
Correct.
few damage and then deal 24 damage from hand easily without any discounts. Then you add, the quest discounts in there, and then on paper it looks
Mm.
pretty strong. And right behind it, I think we have, the usual build of Fell Demon Hunter. I think that's also very strong, especially
Correct.
against aggro decks, and you have the combo finish with the expendable performers and the demon. So I think these two decks are still the stronger versions of Demon Hunter.
I agree. Now, as what you have shared as well with in terms of mirror matches, is this more of a mirror match that we're witnessing right now from Hearts on Fire and as well as King
Hmm.
Arthur, or this is a kind of two different variants of Druid decks?
Yeah, so unless King Arthur throws us a curveball here and actually switches up his deck like I was saying before, this is actually not so much a mirror match. In the early games, it'll look pretty much similar. They're both gonna try to ramp. They're both gonna try and draw as much cards as possible. But the difference here is that King Arthur's deck, which plays the Cold Tooth Mine, it's really looking to get the Kazakhstan quickly and play it as soon as possible and let the Kazakhstan treasures win it the game. Hearts and Fire's deck, on the other hand, is a more traditional ramp druid. I don't believe he's playing Kazakhstan in this deck actually. Yes. So what Hearts and Fire is gonna look to do is build up his ramp, play as many spells, get some Solar Cenarian maybe, and then finish the game with either a Yogg or chaining Yasharajas with because once he gets his Guff on, he can get to 20 mana, and then you have Solar Resizing Pouch, which can get him 2 10-drops. So
Correct.
there's a lot of flexibility in Hearts and Fire side.
But based on the things that you have shared, for the long run, do you think either it's more of a race, putting so much board stats, or this is more of winning via combos, or what could be the outs from this pairing or from this matchup?
Yeah, so I think if King Arthur gets his Kazakhstan down early enough, then the treasure should be strong enough to finish the game, especially if King Arthur has Guff on his side, because then that would open up Solar Embers of Ragnaros, which would deal a total of 48 damage. So 8 damage bullets. But
Hmm.
if the game does go long, then Hearts and Fire's deck has the potential to give him a lot of different outs. There's Yoxaron, which is like spinning a wheel, right? It can give you anything.
And
Uh,
that's actually my favorite card for that expansion, Yogg-Saron Master of Fate,
yeah.
because it can definitely show some crazy plays that you're not expecting, and hopefully we can see a fireball out of nowhere, killing another player, killing yourself or killing your opponent.
Yeah, I've actually had Yoxaron pyroblast my face to death with like a 10% or lower probability. After that, I'm putting Yoxaron to the side, and I'm not gonna play that RNG again. Uh,
I agree. Now, you also mentioned that for the long run, it could be on Hearts on Fire's favor or on side because of the corrupted cards that you get to cycle once you get that 20 mana threshold. Um, that is given for the long. Let's say the game is prolonged for more than 40, let's say 30 turns. But as for Kazakuzan, I believe that is on King Arthur's side if the treasures were picked right. Is there a possibility that even if King Arthur was able to play Kazakuzan, and is there a form of bad RNG for Kazakuzan and giving you the bad card or bad treasures?
you're absolutely right there, Tequila. Sometimes Kazakhstan just doesn't work for you, and the Kazakhstan treasures, some of them are pretty proactive and put pressure on the board, and some of them are reactives. So if you get, like the weapons and the reactive spells, like uh, what do you have? The necrotic poison, which is like a single target removal. If you have those type of options, then you really can run out of gas, especially when Hearts and Fire's deck has a lot of ways to gain armor, right? And like you said, with the corrupted cards, it can just generate more and more of those Moon-Touch amulets to gain more armor. So really, if King Arthur doesn't find Kazakhstan early enough, and then get the good RNG, so to speak, and give him those win conditions, he might just run out of resources.
Absolutely. And looking at the board state of both players, um, I'm not really sure if both have awkward hands or the game is just kind of slow at this point. But speaking of Kazakuzan, King Arthur was able to draw Kazakuzan on his turn. Is this something that he can play by the following turn, or is this not yet online?
Um, King Arthur should be online actually, so he can, if he just needs the mana to do it. So yeah, I like this play of putting some pressure on the board, forcing HeartsOnFire to sort of respect the board right now, because setting up, if King Arthur clears the board, he can have an easy way to drop down Kazakhstan and go from there. I like this play from King Arthur.
I agree because another route for King Arthur is that he can look for a potential buff for his minions via Moonlit Guidance, but that is a Yogg Saron on Hearts
Oh,
and Fire's turn. What could
what could he
possibly
get?
happen? That is a
Oh,
mystery box. Let us go and see.
oh, his hands off. He's just watching some fireworks here.
Okay.
Death rattle. Oh, teaches. Oh,
Good trade.
nice. Oh, that's a good one.
Okay.
Oh, some
Crazy.
nice.
Armor.
Oh, Abram.
Don't tell me that's another Yogg
Wow.
Saron. Ah, okay, no.
Oh no. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Already out.
Beast. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a board wipe and a full board. That's a pretty good Yoxaron. I wish I had Hearts on Fire's RNG here.
Very crazy turn for Hearts on Fire. Yogg Saron was able to bless Hearts on Fire. And yeah, you're correct. That's a board wipe and as well as a board presence. So is this a conceit for King Arthur, or there's a possible turnaround for King Arthur at this point?
Well, King Arthur does have Onyxia, so that could take some pressure off the board. He's not dead on the board right now, so
What would
but he
that be?
does need to find an opening to play Kazakhstan sometime soon, right? He's
Correct,
overloaded next turn as well, so it's not happening next turn.
You are correct because due to the overload mechanic, Kazakhstan will be played in turns, which is pretty bad at this point because knowing that he was able, Hearts and Fire was able to play Yogg Saron and he was able to top deck a survival of the fittest, this will alarm that Hearts and Fire can have a very explosive board, which should leave King Arthur less options to work on Kazakhstan and try to find answers on the board. This is actually very scary for King Arthur. The pressure that Yogsaren was able to provide to Hearts on Fire is actually a big help.
Yep, that's right. And you see, maybe I think Hearts on Fire may just think to go in on the survivals of fittest here, just to get some good chunk of damage in.
Correct.
Yep, it looks like that happening. So I'm not sure how King Arthur can get out of this because he needs Kazakhstan plus a draw, but that's not available to him. So
Is
yeah,
that GG already?
I think that's GG. So I mean, what can he get, right? Like he can gain some armor, but it's not even enough to kill the 10-10 taunt, the strongman there. What can
Sure.
he like guidance out? Is there any? I mean, are we in?
It's game over, I guess. But you know, here in the Philippines, there's what we call puso.
So
Yeah, how in his way, in a Filipino fashion, just have some heart in the game and just continue playing the match, even if you know for yourself that it's already GG.
it's GG go next, eh?
Yeah, but we'll see. What could be the play here from King Arthur? There might be an out, but at this rate, there's a slim chance that he can deal with the very big board of Hearts on Fire.
Yeah.
Yogg Saron was able to help Hearts on Fire
That
big time.
Yogg. That Yogg. He was behind one turn, and the next turn is winning the game.
Yeah,
What can you say?
that's actually a very strong turn from Hearts on Fire. Yogg Saron was able to share some blessings to Hearts on Fire, giving King Arthur a very big headache. Asking what happened there. Especially I'm
Ooh.
leading the turn, but apparently um the favor changed and went to Horse on Fire. So this actually this is more on watching your opponent die slowly.
Mm, 34. I actually would have liked Hearts on Fire to probably start with the Moonlight Guidance instead of a Cenarian Ward, because if he actually found Solar Eclipse, it would have been lethal with the Moon Touch Amulet, but seems he's just gonna take things nice and slow, build some resilience to his board, and slowly chunk down King Arthur.
All
King
right.
Arthur has Kazakhstan here though. Is there anything? Okay, yes. So there is an out here. He could Kazakhstan and then Moonlight Guidance for Book of the Dead. He needs to get Book of the Dead first, and then he
Is that
plays
enough?
both. Yeah, because he plays both. When you play the first book through Moonlight Guidance, you actually draw the copy out of your deck.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So that's 14 damage, which would give him a full board clear.
yeah. Okay. So I'm
So
getting
no
your
book.
point. That's why yeah, I agree. Coming from Moonlit Guidance, you can draw board wise, but what are the chances? We talked about earlier that
Oh,
even if you're going to play Kazakuzan, will he give the necessary cards that you're looking for? But apparently,
yeah. No book. No book of
no
the dead.
book.
No book. It's pretty over here.
That's
Yeah.
an emote coming from Hearts and Fire as well.
So yep. He's thinking, racking his brains. Does he has an out? Does he have an out here? I think he'll soon come to realize that that's not going to happen.
I agree, but I really like. All right, so that's a conceit coming
That's a
from King
conceit.
Arthur. Ladies and gentlemen, Harrison Fire is the winner of this match. That is actually a very crazy match, because Harrison Fire is actually behind
Yeah.
on board presence, but apparently, when Yogg-Saron was played, everything changed, and that's a big headache for King Arthur. Yogg-Saron is showing some questionable plays, and it totally took King Arthur's winning moment out from him, and
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
really hard to answer.
Hearts on Fire definitely prayed to the right old god in this game, rewarded with all his devotion to Yogg-Saron. And the great thing is that even then, right, like we saw King Arthur wasn't like he still had an out in that situation. If he could get Book of the Dead and then that 20% chance with his Moonlight Guidance to get it out, that could have saved him, but unfortunately, no book and no win.
Yeah, that's what I fear about Kazakhstan. Even if you were able to play it, let's say on turns, let's say is that possible to play Kazakhstan on turn 5, turn 4, given that you were able to have those mana cheats? But if Kazakhstan was not able to provide you the necessary cards for potential kill, then that's a very sad story for Kazakhstan. But is that a 2-0 coming from King Arthur?
I'm not too sure. Oh,
Oh,
it's
okay.
1-1 at the moment. Yeah.
All right. So,
Okay. So
the pressure is actually, the pressure is on both players because Hearts on Fire had the fighting chance coming from Yogg-Saron, but would that same RNG happen on the next match?
Will we even see the same decks at the next match? These players have changed it up from game 1 to game 2, so hopefully they'll give us another fresh matchup and show us some interesting decks that they have kept for themselves.
Absolutely. Oh, speaking of Oria, are you aware of the? I believe I heard something like a nerf that happened yesterday, coming from a Pandarin. I'm not really sure what happened there. Could you share to me the context as to why it was nerfed right away? Actually, the developers of Hearthstone is really quick to deal with that. So, what really happened there?
Yeah, I mean, the culprit here is the Pandaren. Uh, oh my God, I can't remember what its name is now, but it's a uh,
Discover card.
yeah, it's a discover. It's a 2-mana 1/3 that discovers a spell that's not in your deck, right? So, a combo was recently discovered for Rogue that if you fill your deck with all the Rogue spells except Shadow Step, then together with Bran and the Panda and the Fleet Footer, the pirate that deals 2 damage when you have a weapon, right? So you can
Uh-huh.
actually just deal infinite damage at the really early turns because you can just shadow step the panda and the pirate. Both cost 2 mana, both will be free, and then you just keep playing the panda. The panda will
Ah.
only give you shadow step.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
actually crazy. But
yeah,
good thing the developers were quick to have that
yep.
nerf because if that keeps going, people are really going to exploit that kind of combo. But good thing it's not working anymore. But now there's a
Oh,
change in mood here. HeartsOnFire is not going to
oh.
contest it the same. Yogs are an RNG and went for a different kind of deck. And that is actually a good starting for that's a good opener for Hearts on Fire. That's two frogs. Is this something that King Arthur should be alarmed of?
Don't get me started on trucks tequila. I mean, while I was climbing ladder with Druid, turn 1 Trog is my biggest nightmare. This card alone is responsible for so many of my lost ranks.
The frustration for frogs.
Uh, yeah, I mean that's a really strong start from Hearts on Fire here with the trucks coming out on turn 1 and the backup truck on turn 2. So oh no, actually it's a double truck on turn 1, sorry. So yeah, I mean uh King Arthur here, he's got his hands tied. He can't play any
Agree.
spell without giving Hearts on Fire more minions to play with.
It only tells me one thing. The RNG that Yogg-Saron has last turn is brought into this match. Because knowing that you will be against a spell-heavy kind of player, um, giving you that shrug will give you a big advantage. Because for King Arthur's side, this is very problematic. He needs to answer this shrug, or else these shrugs will be buffed, and later on you will be run down by the trogs themselves. So, is there a potential out from King Arthur, knowing that these frogs will stay for a long time on the side of Hearts on Fire?
Yeah, I mean, I think King Arthur really needs to draw Scale of Onyxia in the next turn. This turn he's gonna go Overgrowth. I think he has no choice. He has to get his mana up there. And then she's up to 6, next turn 7. So if he top deck Scale of Onyxia, he still has a chance. But Hearts on Fire is gonna read him perfectly here and say, nope, Cult Neophyte, no Scale of Onyxia. Here's a full board, deal with it.
That is actually a very strong board coming from Hearts on Fire. A very convincing win if ever this would be the last turn for King
Oh, and
Arthur.
King Arthur
And that was a
actually
skill!
drew the
Oh
scale. Oh,
my god!
oh, I think it's just over. It's just
And
over.
that cult neophyte
That cult
just
neophyte.
won Hearts on
That's
Fire.
right. I don't think
Very
he can
crazy
do anything.
RNG.
That's it. Turn one Trog, man. I'm telling you. Turn one Trog. They always have it.
Wow, Yogg Saron, what a blessing for Hearts on Fire. Very, very crazy RNG. Especially that is an early Iron Deep Frog and on time Cult Neophyte, which is really scary. That which left King Arthur that kind of headache. Since you were
Yeah.
able to brought up on curve scale of Onyxia, but apparently the Cult Neophyte just blocked King Arthur's possible play. So is this GG already an early GG for King
Well,
Arthur?
he's not dead yet because of the taunt. So, but I
Okay.
don't. Oh, is there a holy spell that can? Oh, conviction maybe. Conviction's a holy
Conviction.
spell. So it'll give 2 minions +3/+3. Oh, he's going to go for the safer route and just play a hold the bridge. Yeah, I agree with it. No need to go for the high roll here. You're still winning.
And you're technically King Arthur is down to 5 health.
Yep.
Will
I
that
think
5 health can keep up until King Arthur turn the tides back to Hearts on Fire?
well, next turn here, King Arthur is definitely gonna have to play the scale, and even then, it's not a full clear. Let me see, because yeah, it's not a full clear. So I think Hearts on Fire should just go all face here.
Yeah, definitely, because
Definitely all
you're
face.
just going to pressure King Arthur and you're just giving King Arthur the question, will you be able to deal with my board?
Yep. And he's got Mr. Smite from hand, so even if King Arthur clears the board here without a taunt, it is again just GG. So
Absolutely. Very
uh,
crazy RNG.
yeah, there's no Kazakhstan play here as well. He doesn't have the mana to fish out any sort of a book or anything, so it's really just I guess I mean he could Cenarian, but I don't think there's any 8-drop. Oh,
Is
there's
there?
the dragon. There's the dragon that deals 2 damage to each minion, and if it's an honorable kill, he gets 4 life back. I
Is that
think per
per honorable kill?
yeah per honorable kill, but obviously he
Ah,
he doesn't know that. Actually, no. Even if you play a skill, I think he is dead on board.
correct.
I think Scenario Ward has to be the play.
Let us see. Because currently King Arthur is hovering on scale of Onyxia. So, the decision making comes down to,
Yeah.
all right, does he have the enough time to deal everything?
Oh, it's gonna be close. Did he get all of it
Okay.
off?
8 p.m. on.
Oh, it looks like he did,
Oh.
but we all know Mr. Smite. Yeah, and it's
There you
over.
have it. A
There you
GG
have it.
for King Arthur.
GG for King
Eh,
Arthur. Not
correct.
for
And
Hearthstone
ladies,
Fire, sorry.
yeah, GG Hearts on Fire. And ladies and gentlemen, Hearts on Fire is your winner for this bracket. Now, I just want to talk about Yog's run, Arya, because the blessing that Yogg Saran was able to give Hearts on Fire from the previous match was able to bless him on this match, especially that early Iron Deep Frog and as a Skull Neophyte on the right time. As what we have discussed, Scale of Onyxia could have saved King Arthur that round, but apparently the orange is not really on King Arthur's side.
Yeah, I mean, turn one a double trog is the worst thing you want to see as a ramp druid of any source. Sometimes if they play a turn one trog, you say, "Yeah, okay, maybe I'll get a moonlight eclipse to sort of a lunar eclipse, sorry, to deal with it." But with two there is just no way. You just have to find the skill of an Elixir fast enough before
Correct.
they buff it up, before they beat you down with it. And King Arthur did have that out, but like you said, the
Apparently.
the
Oh,
cult
yeah.
neophyte just ended the game essentially right there.
Correct. And I also want to address what happened from the last turn of King Arthur. What could have been the strategy towards King Arthur's last turn? Because you actually shared to me earlier, that 8 mana card could have give King Arthur an edge. But what are the odds that he can get that dragon?
Yeah, I don't know the exact probability out of all the eight drops that are out there, but um, King Arthur didn't know that he was dead on board, right? He didn't know that HeartsOnFire had a Mr. Smite. But if he had known, the out would have been to play Cenarian Ward and hope to get a card called Brasswing. So Brasswing is
Correct.
a Paladin dragon. It's a 9/7 that at the end of your turn deals 2 damage to all enemies. And if it's an honorable kill, it heals your hero for 4 damage. So Hearts on Fire had, I think it was, 4 or 5 minions on board that actually had 2 health. So that is 16 to 20 healing right there. That would have turned the tides. But unfortunately, he didn't have the information. We had Caster Vision, of course. So he went for the play that
Correct.
he thought would get him out, and it just didn't work out. Once again,
Absolutely.
praise Yogg. Hearts on Fire had the finisher in hand, ready to go, and
Yeah.
he got the win.
That's a very crazy RNG on Hearts on Fire's side. But you know what, Oria, I really like what you have shared towards the last turn of King Arthur, and good job for both of our competitors for this tournament. Oria will definitely take a break, and you guys, for our audience out there, please stay tuned. Once again, this is Hearthstone Southeast Asia tournament. Farewell to the year of the Gryphon. Once again, I'm Letikila, and with me,
This is Aurea. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament. Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon. Brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Division Blizzard. And once again, as your shoutcasters for this tournament, I'm Letikila, and with me,
This is Aria, guys.
yeah, and we were able to witness, a very crazy match earlier, and it is something that really surprised us in this tournament. The flair of Yogg Saron. Yeah. So far in this tournament, we were able to witness a crazy deck, different kinds of variants of Demon Hunter, and from the recent featured matches, we were able to see some mirror matches when it comes to classes, but some different flavors of deck types.
Right.
But so far, Orya, what is your favorite deck in this tournament?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Tequila. It's got to be that Priestess of Fury deck. I mean, just seeing that Priestess of Fury again really gives me good memories. Really happy to see that. I mean, we weren't expecting to see any sort of big demon deck, but I
Yeah.
think that's got to be my favorite for this tournament so far. Uh,
Yeah, I agree. But for me, my favorite deck for this tournament is the one that SylvanHunter brought in this tournament. We're able to witness King Mukla. I'm not really expecting King Mukla to show up in this tournament. It's more of the safe picks for this
mhm.
tournament, such as the OTK Demon Hunter, the Face Hunter. Uh, did we did we even see a hunter class in this tournament so far?
You're
None, right?
right. I don't think we have. Yeah, that's surprising with the Scavenger's Ingenuity and Crab Rider nerf reversions. That's
Correct.
definitely not something that I expected.
Correct. And in right now in the brackets, we are on the semifinals, and we are going to witness Patrick O7 and as well as Gunning. Quarterfinals, sorry. This is actually quarterfinals. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness Gunning and Patrick O7. And once again, Demon Hunter.
Demon
Any thoughts
Hunter.
for this, Arya?
So this is gonna be a Demon Hunter mirror. It looks like should be. I can't recall if Patrick O7 played as Demon Hunter before. So not sure which version he's looking at. But it's looking like in the early games, they're just gonna draw some cards, get the quest completion. Looks like Patrick O7 has the Il'gynoth, so we know he's the OTK, and Gunning has the Moarg. So yep, it's gonna be a full mirror match this time round.
That's correct. The question here, Oria, is that how can we tell that the other player has a better chance of winning? Is this more of playing Kurtrus first or having discounted combo cards?
Yeah, I think it can happen both ways. Like if during the first two sort of quest completion routes, they're lucky enough to get the discounts on the right cards. They can certainly go off for the kill like turn 6, turn 7. If you recall back in the days. But otherwise, it's gonna come down to really trying to disrupt one another. You can see in Gunning's hand, he has 2 glides. I expect he's gonna try and free up those glides by playing a Morg just as a tempo play, and yeah, trying to disrupt while progressing the quest to get to their combo pieces.
Agree. Because one of which is that even if you do have discounted cards on hand, but if your opponent has something like a glide, it will definitely slow you down. And this is more of our race. Now, at this point, as what we were discussing
Oh,
earlier, this is a discussion for glides, whoever has played
right.
glides first, because even if you're able to disrupt the hand of your opponent, the next question would be, will you be able to get the combo pieces right away. What do you
Yep.
think?
Well, I think it's gonna if you get your quest completion done and you manage to play Kurtrus, then you should be able to draw out your deck pretty easily and get the combo pieces. So but of course, playing around each other's glide, that's gonna be really, really tricky, right? Because
Correct.
usually you won't be able to complete the quest and play creatures during the same turn. So if your opponent glides you while you have creatures in hand, that is
Crazy.
going to be a big inconvenience. And we saw Gunning there discovering a glide to play it. So he still has two glides in deck.
Well, I guess the mindset towards this matchup is more on disrupting your opponent's hand. If ever he was able to complete the quest right away and leaving Demon Slayer Kurtrus on hand. But what he did there is that playing another glide just to complete the quest. So right now, this is more on a race part on Patrick O7's side since
Yep.
Gunny was able to complete the quest right away, I was actually thinking, would that be a top deck for a glide? But apparently, that is an emulation our top deck. So, what could be the line of play here for Patrick O7?
But looking at his hand, he's got a couple of combo pieces stranded in his hand, blocking the special side. So he's just gonna go for it. I think he has no choice but to just try and draw as much as possible. I think he should maybe use one immolation aura here just in case he gets glided or draws a glide. He doesn't want to have those in his deck to redraw again. But things are looking pretty bad for Patrick right now. I mean, Gunning already has Kurtrus in hand. And if you notice earlier, Gunning had the option of popping his second acrobatics to complete his quest or going for the self glide. And he chose the glide, I think, precisely for the reason that, one, you don't want to fill up your hand space to make your opponent's glide better. And two, acrobatics is a really good card draw post Demon Slayer Curtius.
Absolutely, because it will not just draw you two cards, it will draw you two more, which in total of four cards in one turn. Especially that, as what you have mentioned, Demon Slayer Kurtrus will go ahead and discount everything that you have in your deck. So technically speaking, almost all cards is around 0, 1, or 2 mana. Now, since Gunning was able to play Kurtrus first, what could be the line of play of Patrick O7, knowing that he's actually behind in completion and as well as for combo pieces? Because he's forced to play the Demon Slayer Kurtrus by next turn, but not this turn. So there's a possibility that Gunning can complete the combo by next turn, but there's actually a tech deck here. As we are seeing Gunning Sand, there's a Cult Neophyte as well. Which do you have the same kind of deck in your end, Aurea, for matches like this?
Yeah, I think Cult Neophyte is great if you're expecting a lot of Druid and Demon Hunter. So clearly, Gunning was going to building his deck to target the most popular deck that was before the nerf reversions happened, and to what he thought would be the most popular deck after the nerf reversions happened with the OTK
Correct.
Demon Hunter. But if you look Patrick O7's hand, he's actually not that far off from having the combo itself. He needs
Correct.
the mana, but he has a 1 mana Moarg and the rest of the combo pieces except for Il'gynoth. So I think if he reaches turn 8 and he's not dead and has those cards, he could just combo off without the quest.
Yeah, correct. But you also pointed out earlier, since Demon Slayer Kurtrus is already online, and as well as all of the cards in Gunning's deck is already 0, he can definitely just combo off in a matter of 1 to 2 turns. And right now for Patrick 07, he needs to keep up with the pressure and as well as look for answers on the board because Cold Divide was played. Then the next big question is how are you going to keep up with board presence now that this is not more on who can execute the combo early, but who can survive board presence at this point.
That's right. Gunning doesn't even need the full combo right now. Patrick 07 is brought down to 15. The good news is Patrick 07 has Arcanist Immolation Aura that he could use. He could even use one of the Moarks, I think. Uh, yeah, that's what he's gonna do. And he's gonna get some healing first. But that means he's used up one of his combo pieces. He needs to draw the remaining Fell Scream Blast now. So that gives Gunning a lot more time to dig through his deck. He only has 11 cards left.
Correct. But at this rate, anytime Gunning can do the combo already, especially that.
Oh. Yep, and we see a
That's the
glide.
line.
And Demon Slayer Cursors is still in Patrick 07's hand. So is he gonna try and glide here? Or is he just trying to find the lethal?
I believe that Gunning went for a potential
Oh,
lethal already. Is
does
that
he have
lethal?
it? Is that lethal? Oh, there it is. It's heal. Yep. That's very, very,
Emote first.
very lethal.
Alright.
Is he
Good
gonna go for
RNG.
a quick lethal or is he gonna do some good old BM and overkill him? Yeah, come on, let's see. Yeah, that's right, that's right. How high
Classic.
can we go? How high can we go? 128? Is it no or more? Or
84.
84?
Classic. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The winner for this match is Gunning. Gunning was able to execute the combo first. He was able to play Curtis first. So the favor goes to Gunning because this is a mirror match. It's really hard to compete to each other because the question is who has a better glide.
Yep, and we saw that Gunning had a glide on turn 4, discovered off his diary studies. Whereas again with all combo decks, as we saw with the Charge Warrior, if you have your combo pieces in your hand too early, things can get pretty difficult, and that's what happened to Patrick 07, right? We saw he had 2 of his Moarks in hand, and the tricky thing about a mirror matches is that you can't just throw your Moarks out there and create hand space because your opponent can just
Combo.
yeah, your opponent just combo off your Moark, right? It goes both ways. So
Correct.
yeah, so Gunning had the good draw, had played well, and was able to seal the win.
Absolutely. And I really like what he did there. He knows that Patrick 07 is already down to 15. Instead of going for the combo, he transitioned to board presence and just played out the peddler right there and then apparently Patrick 07 was forced to use his lifesteal tools or the combo tools which left, lesser chance for Patrick 07 to do a combo on his turn. And apparently, that was a good top deck coming from Gunning and completed the combo. And he was able to execute 84 points of damage. Now, let us go ahead and see another mirror match contesting these players are really tough to each other. They really want to showcase how strong this OTK Demon Hunter is in this. But that's what we all are talking about. This is the last week, and this is the last hurrah for Ilganot.
Yep, that's right. Both players opting to run it back, not satisfied with playing 4 mana Il'gynoth once. They want to squeeze out every single second they can with this deck.
Absolutely.
And we see Gunning has a coin glide ready to go next turn. Patrick 07, can he complete his first quest line here? Could double jump. Yeah, he can double jump for special or just trade the guild trader. Mm, Oh,
There's a spectral sight.
he's gonna spectral. Oh, okay.
He ran for a different
Oh,
route.
he went for the trade. I think he's really playing around glide here. He's really playing around glide, keeping some draw in your deck in case you get glided, so that your top decks will be much better later. Yep, very heads up play here from Patrick.
You are correct.
Clear, clearing the useless cards, dropping his hand size back to 4.
And that's a
And
coin.
yep, he's going for the coin glide play here, completing his quest as well. So both players are pretty equal right now.
I agree. And I really like what Patrick 07 did earlier. Just to safeguard his hand, he just went for, a different route instead of going for a spectral sight, since he can discount more cards earlier. But this is actually a good hand read coming from Patrick 07. Now the question is, since both players are on equal in terms of card draws and as well as the quest completion. Do you think that? Um, oh, okay. So that's a more
The
artificer
Temple
play.
Mark. Yeah, so earlier I said that playing a Temple Mark is not great in the mirror match because your opponent can just combo off it. But in this case, it's early enough in the game where, Gunning doesn't have the mana to combo off. I mean, as you can see, even with the discounted Il'gynoth, there's just no way. So
Correct.
playing out a 2 mana 3/5 here is okay. It also frees up his Spectral Sight for Outcast.
Correct. And for this turn, is this quest completion?
He has the
Okay,
cast
the
completion
line.
if he wants it to. He can cast the acrobatics. Yep, he's gonna do it just to complete the quest.
And that would be a tempo task piercer.
Yep.
Um,
Over on Gunning side, he I think he's guaranteed a glide or on the double jump or a spectral sight. Oh no, he has spectral sights left in his deck, I believe.
all right. I'm guessing that the mindset of Gunning at this point is hopefully he can get another glide out from an military studies, because this is actually a very crazy turn if he was able to get that glide.
Yeah. Or actually even uh, Gunning's hand is the discounts are just falling on the right things right now. Like it's not far off from if this Morg stays on board, and he may just let this live as well. Oh, there we have a
That's
Morg
a
and the combo piece. Oh, if this Morg stays alive, Patrick is just dead next turn.
correct. But apparently Gunning went for
Oh,
clearing that more because there's a possibility that Patrick 07 can go combo out of nowhere. So it will be safe because he's actually lack of time. He really can't think of if there's a possibility that he can go off. But do you think, Oreo, that Gunning has the chance to go off if he's just going to ignore that Morg by the following turn?
yeah, I think so, right? Because he would have completed his quest here. So Fellstream Plus would be 0. Next turn he has 6 mana. So 3 for Il'gynoth, 1 for Talented Arcanist. The more would have been discounted as well, I think. Or maybe not. So 3, 4. Yeah, he would. So he would play his own more for 2 mana. The Il'gynoth for 3, that's 5. Talented Arcanist for 1, and the Fellstream Plus for free, right? So that would give him 3, 6, 6, 12, 36 damage. Yeah, that would have been lethal.
I agree. Now, I'm not really sure if Gunning was able to pointed it out earlier, but right now the strategy for both players is to play Demon Slayer Kurtos and try to rush everything out. But given that both players were able to play Demon Slayer Kurtos, is this already a combo of coming from Gunning, or Mhm,
Ooh,
another tempo coming from
another
Patrick
tempo.
07?
Wait,
Is this lethal
Oh
already?
no, because Gunning used his Fell Scream Blast on a previous turn, so Gunning only has one more Fell Scream Blast left. So Patrick here is saying that, okay, I know you've used one Fell Scream Blast, so chances of you comboing off is gonna be lower. So he's gonna play the Mohawk just to contest this Demon Slayer purchase. If he had Il'gynoth here, there was a world where Patrick could have found lethal
Agree.
with the Mohawk on board, but that's not the case. And yep,
Oh,
that's
okay. So what Patrick 07 did there is just
yeah.
to
I think
use more
yep, he was
tempo.
using the Mohawk. I think he was trying to ask Gunning, are you willing to risk me having to pop off and play your Kurtrus, or are you gonna spend your turn clearing my Mohawk and not playing a Kurtrus? But Gunning didn't have any removal at all in his hand, so he really had no option. He was just Kurtrus and hope that Patrick didn't have the combo there. It worked out.
Yeah. And right now it's really scary for Patrick 07 because he really needs to cycle up more cars just to have a better, or let's say an advantage against Gunning, because that Kurtrus was able to survive. That's already 7 points of damage, but apparently Gunning was able to draw another Cult Neophyte. You know what? Gunning has that mindset in this tournament that most of the players are going to play an OTK Demon Hunter. So that is actually a good
Yep,
tech for this tournament.
yep. I think that's a really heads up choice by Gunning. So Gunning has already used one Fell Scream Blast. He's really digging for that last one to find his lethal. Um, Patrick on the other hand still needs to find Ganoff. He's gonna glide here. I think that's
It's just about
oh
time to return the favor.
oh the glide. It's quite a double-edged sword because Gunning's hand was a lot of cards that were there before Kurchus was played, so they were all still full cost. Gliding here just gives Gunning a whole hand of zero mana cost cards.
And speaking of, that
Yep.
glide just set up Gunning's hand into a
Right.
perfect combo piece setter.
Oh, is he gonna go for it here? Cause he could. He's gonna
Oh,
play out all
hey,
his wars.
that
Oh,
was a very bad setup.
oh. There is a chance he doesn't get it. I think. Does he have?
No,
Oh, he has acrobatics left. He has 9 cards left. He can get 4. Okay, he has acrobatics left, so I guess that is guaranteed
okay.
then. Yep.
Okay.
There we have it.
There you have it. What a crazy setup.
That
So
is crazy.
in
There
this
were
in this matchup, Patrick 07 was the one who made it possible for Gunning.
yeah, indeed. That's why uh, Glide can be a game winner and a game loser at the same time. Yeah.
That's Indonesia versus Philippines. And ladies and gentlemen, Patrick 07 was able to identify that that is already a combo. And good job. The winner of this tournament, no, not tournament, this match is Gunning, because that was actually a bad setup for Patrick 07. And Gunning was able to take advantage of that glide. So good job, Gunning, for winning the
Right.
quarterfinals, I guess. This is the bracket, by the way. Could you share to us, Horia, the current standings of this tournament? And by the way, good job as well for Patrick 07 to get this far in this Southeast Asia tournament.
Yeah, I mean, so now we have semifinals with Gunning facing off. That is RainGoat. Am I right? And on the other side, the other semifinals has already completed with Czrakoviahaz beating out Staz, our former GM, to the finals.
Wow.
So we'll be seeing Czrakovia and the winner of RainGoat and Gunning. There's only Philippines versus Singapore left on the table. And actually, no matter what happens, we are going to have a Philippines versus Singapore finals, because in the next semifinals, it's going to be two Singaporean players going against each other.
Wow. This is actually a very crazy tournament. And just just a few words about the recent match. Um, both players really tried to beef up with OTK Demon Hunter, and I guess we are all satisfied in how Ilgonaut performed in this tournament. Before the tournament started, we talked about the potential outlier for this tournament would be an Ilgonaut, an OTK Demon Hunter, which we're able to witness in the previous feature matches that OTK Demon Hunter is really oppressive. But that is just only for this week. And Oria, any thoughts on other potential decks that we may feature in this tournament?
Yeah, I'm still surprised that we haven't seen any Face Hunter yet. I really thought that that would be one of the
The
top
same
decks to
play.
bring, because even against, I think, some of my qualifier matches and on ladder, even against the bad matchups, it's actually not very bad. What used to
Correct.
be, with Demon Hunter having the Arcanist Fellscream Blast clear for 3 health, now with your Wolpertingers being 4/4, it's not a clean clear anymore. So, and
Absolutely.
Crab Rider with Hunter plays 4, no, actually 6 buff spells, right? So Crab Hunter is also a very heavy hitter in that deck. Surprised we haven't seen it yet today.
I agree, but good thing that we were able to witness, some surprising decks in this tournament. Things, cards that we're not really expecting to show up and show some flair, especially with the Yoxaron play earlier, and as well as a King Mokla play in combo with a Watch Post. That is actually a crazy play, but apparently it was answered by the player, answered by a Silas, but you know what? That's the element of surprise here in this tournament. And Orya, for the meantime, we'll take a break once again, and hopefully you guys enjoy this tournament. If you want to catch more Hearthstone action here in Southeast Asia, you can follow www.facebook.com/NBPH if you want to get to know more about potential tournaments of different formats. That's not just for standard, but also for other formats. You can follow once again www.facebook.com/NDPH. So, guys, thank you very much for staying here in this tournament. We are just going to take a very short break. Once again, this is Hearthstone Southeast Asia. Farewell to the year of the Gryphon. Once again, this is Tequila, and here with me.
This is Oreo. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. And with me, my co-caster here, Arya. How's your experience so far? Actually, this is Arya's debut of shoutcasting. How's the experience so far?
Yeah, that's right. It's my first time casting and really nervous at the start, but I'm glad I have a great co-host here in Tequila to help me, cover through the gaps and guide me through today. It's been pretty exciting. Got to see some really interesting games as well. So hopefully, did you guys good and hope everybody's entertained.
Yeah, I believe they are entertained, especially the featured matches that we have earlier are really crazy. There's a sudden turnaround coming from Yogg-Saron, interesting priest deck, and as well as a good priestess of the Fury showcasing
Mm.
its power in this tournament, and as well as I really like the previous match OTK Demon Hunter versus OTK Demon Hunter, beefing up each other, and both players still played the same decks on their third round, and we were able to witness what is the cons of playing OTK Demon Hunter and the cons of playing in a mirror match. It's more of a competition of who can combo off or who can disrupt the hand of your opponent first.
Yep.
And or yeah, are we still going to see a face hunter or at least a Kael'thas in this tournament?
Yeah, I think we may be seeing a bit more Demon Hunter in store for us. It seems like the, I mean, from the quarterfinals, we've got Demon Hunter facing Demon Hunter, and both not choosing to play a different deck even after the game ones, showing that they're really confident in the power level of this deck. And even from the last game, quite interesting to see certain routes that the players took, playing Tempo Morg out twice, having having the opportunity to use the opponent's Morg to go for a lethal, but there was that option as well. So pretty interesting games we have so far.
Absolutely. And to give more context about the previous match, the players were able to showcase how strong the deck is for even if it's the last week of the year of the Gryphon. And again, for this featured match, as what we are talking about, this is actually a Demon Hunter versus uh, finally a hunter for this tournament. So, any thoughts for this featured match, Orion?
Yep, there we go. And we see already the major culprits that I was talking about in hand. Crab Rider, turn one Trog, denying gunning the quest play on turn one. He's gonna have to hero power that down slowly. Or he could just Immolation Aura, but I don't think he wants to waste his board removal so soon. Crab Rider being dropped down. And yeah, I think Gunning is just gonna have to wait. Wait. Yep, an emote there. He made a blunder. Should have hero powered first before playing the quest.
Yeah, that was actually, just a slight mistake. But so far, we can see in Gunning's hand, there's still an answer to that shrug. But apparently, that cult verified. Actually, so far in this tournament, the card that helps players win their rounds is cult verified.
Yep, the Cult Neophyte definitely a good bring if you're expecting Druids and OTK Demon Hunters. But over here is getting still gonna get the partial clear with the Immolation Aura. Unfortunately for RainGoat, he doesn't have one of the 6 buffs that hunters run. So his Crab Rider is gonna stay a small 1-2 at the moment.
Absolutely. But as this is something actually that you talked about earlier, a crab rider in a hunter's deck, which
Oh,
it definitely show up in this tournament, at the
yeah.
very least. But the next question is, what RainGoat can sustain that crab rider, given that it was not answered in this turn?
Yeah, I mean, Gunning actually had the option to answer Ringo's entire board actually, because he discovered uh oh my god, I can't seem to remember the card now. The 3/4 outcast, right? That
Correct.
hits left and right. And that was actually a clean kill while giving him a 3/4 on the board. I'm not sure why he passed that up. Ringo only has one card in hand, so he would have been pretty much out of gas. I'm not sure why Gunning passed that up.
Uh,
Perhaps placing too much emphasis on trying to go for the quest completion.
Agree. And this is what I also raised up earlier when you were against an OTK Demon Hunter. Just like what Rain Goat is doing right now is pressuring, gunning, especially that he was able to witness that gunning was doing some blunders earlier, and he's taking advantage of it and punishing gunning for the slight mistakes that he
Ooh.
did. But
But this combination, Arcanist with Moarg and Fellscream Blast, that's gonna push Gunning up to a very healthy life total while also keeping the board clear.
correct.
And
Now, this is
Raingoat,
a big
yep,
problem for RainGoat.
that's right. He's totally out of steam. And Hunter's draws
Mm,
at this point in the game, they're not great. You can either get, another quick shot to help draw your card or a Barak Kodobane, but it's slowly slipping away right here.
agree. And let me ask you, Oria. At this point, since you were able to identify that RainGoat is out of gas, and if you're in the shoes of gunning, is that a potential Ilgunot play? Would that work at this rate?
I think so. I think there's some merit to considering that play at least because this version of Hunter doesn't play Rhino as and Piercing Shot as well. So there's actually no one card solution to Il'gynoth, right? He would
Correct.
need like say a Crab Rider combination with Ramming Mount, uh, but but that it's gonna have to come off the top. So Gunny could very well have just gone for a solid 4 mana 2/6 there.
Correct. But it's also understandable on the side of Gunning that he wanted to complete Demon Slayer Kurtrus and use it on the next turn. But as what I have shared to you earlier, I guess a tempo play could have ended the turn in, let's say, less than the usual combo off turn. But well, I guess this is reasonable as well.
Yep, that's right. And now Gunning's gonna have to find his Il'gynoth again. He has a more on board, which doesn't look like it's gonna die anytime soon. Oh, this is
All
the
right.
card that we talked about. This is one of the cards that was nerfed and then brought back to its original form. Scavenger's Ingenuity, draw Abyss, give it +3/+3. And now we have a 1 mana, 8 worth of stats. But unfortunately for RainGoat, it's coming at a really late timing here, and Gunning will have no trouble in clearing this off.
Absolutely. And by the looks of it, Gunning can just play around whatever combos that he wants to because he can get a lot of cards, and there's a possibility that he can draw an Ilgonaut, which he
Oh,
did.
he did indeed. So that's lethal. He with the
Correct.
Arcanist. Yep.
Absolutely.
Um,
He's just going
he's
for
just
for
playing with his food here. Playing with his food. Does he not see it? Okay, he's going to see
I believe
face.
he knows it already. He just wants to um play around
Enjoy as
more
much as
than
time on stream as he can. Get his name out there. Wait.
or
Oh,
no, he
okay. He finally sees it.
because it's already queued
Yeah.
and
All right. There we go. So Gunning takes the win game 1 against the Face Hunter.
absolutely. So the winner for this round is Gunning and showing the power of OTK Demon Hunter. Though there was a chance for RainGoat to win that match, but apparently the
Yeah, Ringo.
RNG's on the on the
Yeah,
side
Ringo
of
just
Gunning.
ran out of gas too quickly. I think he was down to just one card by turn 4, turn 5, and then with just that immolation aura clearing the Ringo's board, it was gonna be really hard for him to come back, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
But good win for Gunning.
Absolutely. And since that is just the first round, are we going to witness the Face Hunter once again? Or let's say the Hunter class, regardless if that is for gunning or for Brain Goat, but we'll definitely witness that later on. But in
Oh.
your for you, Oria, uh is there a mistake on Rainbow's line of play earlier, or it's just unfortunate for Rainbow's play earlier? I'm
Yeah.
not really sure if there's a blunder or
Yeah,
it
I
could
think
have been done better.
Ringo's deck just played itself out. There was no buffs to really get it above Immolation Aura or the 3 health threshold for Arcanist Fell Scream Blast. So you end up playing with a bunch of, low health minions flooding the board, and which an Immolation Aura just took it out. So that's pretty unfortunate. But we see here Ringo now going on the Quest Hunter. This is like playing a bit of a mind games, right? Queuing up the
Correct.
Hunter by playing a different archetype. But Gunning seems to be way ahead of that, switching to what looks to be, I think, a Charge Warrior should be, or
A
maybe
charge control warrior, something
yeah,
like that.
that's right. So in this matchup, Gunning again is gonna have a lot of armor and not playing many minions, which the Quest Hunter typically likes this opponent's to play a few minions just so it can get some of his damage spells going, get its quest completion. So it's gonna be a pretty slow quest completion for RainGoat, and Gunning is gonna have a lot of time to draw through its deck, find its removal, its card draw, its win conditions, and its armor gain.
Mm, I agree. And this is a very different kind of hunter deck. This is more on the tempo secret version of hunter deck. But apparently, Gunning
Oh,
was able to tech or use a different kind of deck that can answer board presence and as well as keep up with the pressure. But we were
oh,
able to witness a Kazakuzan
yeah,
top deck coming from Gunning, so this is more of a control, more on the late side
control.
of things. But is that enough? Knowing this kind of hunter deck, they can go off, a huge damage in one turn.
Hmm. I'm not sure if Ringo will actually play Tavish the hero here, because if he's going for this version of the Quest Hunter, I think normally they go a bit bigger and play the Tavish, trying to flood the board every turn with animal companions. That may actually be better for Raingoat if he were to use the traditional uh, um, Quest Hunter, because although it's really difficult, the warrior can run out of removal, right?
Yeah, I agree. That could be the route for Raingo. Spamming animal companions, exhausting all of the removal tools of gunning. But what are the chances that he can get it on time? Because on the other side of things, there's a potential combo for gunning out from the Kazakuzan. Because for cases like what you have shared towards the hunter synergy with spamming animal companions that normally happens when the game is long. But for this, if you're going to keep the game longer than expected, this will shift towards gunning side, especially that the treasures coming from Kazakhstan are really strong.
Mhm.
I'm not really sure who can get their win cons out earlier than the win con of the other. So this is actually a very interesting match. We'll definitely witness if the other is going to, change some strategies on their end and try to make it work because they both know that the win con of the other is really oppressive.
Yeah, Gunning's hand right now doesn't have a lot of armor gain, so I'm not sure he would want to play the Kazakhstan as soon as he can, because if he plays Kazakhstan early and RainGoat sees that, he doesn't have many warrior class cards left in his hand, he might just decide to hero power all the way, and that can sometimes get there if Kazakhstan's treasures don't cooperate, right?
Correct.
So again, it all depends on Kazakhstan's treasures. But right now, Gunny's just gonna continue drawing, keeping the board clear.
Mhm.
And he has a Rakara there. That's a pretty good draw to give him 10 mana. And he also has a Bulwark in hand already, so he has a lot of damage mitigation tools.
Absolutely can definitely keep up with the pressure that RainGoat is going to throw at him. But how about on RainGoat's side? What could be the potential synergy or what could be the win con? Um, Especially that you were able to identify that there could be a potential ex- animal companion combo, or what you can just go for the face at this point.
Yeah, I think RainGoat is still at a stage where, he's trying to get his quest completed as soon as possible, try to go through his deck. He's got a multicaster in hand. What sort of he's casted? Okay, so he's casted a fire spell in the explosive trap, a frost spell in freezing, and he has an arcane spell and an arcane shot as well. So that can draw him 3 cards. Both players are actually going through their decks pretty quickly. Rain goes already on 13, and Gunning only has 15 cards left.
Well, right now, we're actually on the mid game already now. Both players are trying to get their win cons online because once the win con of the other goes online, then you are just going to pressure. The other player is already pressured because anytime they could unleash huge damage to each other. Same goes with RainGoat. RainGoat can complete and get that reward from the quest, and just to make sure that he can utilize Tavish Master Marksman's ability, even if he changed the hero power of his class. Because even if you change the hero class, the ability of Tavish will stay. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct. He can refresh his hero power every time he casts his a spell. But if we see here, Ringo's actually having some difficulty completing his quest because his Wound Prey and Arcane Shot that were directed at Gunning's face, I think he didn't realize that with Bulwark of Azinov on, it doesn't actually proc the quest because the quest says that you need to deal your damage with the spells. Bulwark of Azinov obviously blocks any damage from the hero. So yeah, I think RainGoat actually just used 2 spells before he
Oh,
realized.
all right. I actually missed that part. So that is not considered damage. That's why
Yeah,
the
that's
quest is
right.
not completed.
Yep. So he used his
Oh,
Wound Prey first, and I think he didn't notice that his quest didn't tick up. So then he Arcane Shot Gunning's face again before he realized that, wait a minute, he should have his Tavish by now. So a bit
I agree.
unfortunate there. But
good catch, Oria. Because I'm not actually aware of that. Especially for Bulwark of Azeroth. So technically, it is considered as absorption. The damage was absorbed, and it was not
yeah,
considered
like a
as
damage block.
heal
Yeah.
damage.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly. So even if you do use your spells on Divine Shield minions that proc the Divine Shield, it wouldn't actually proc the quest as well. It's the same here. Right
All right.
now, mm,
This is actually very scary for RainGoat because he was able to play Tavish Master Marksman on his turn. Now the next question is going on gunning. How he's going to deal with potential huge damage, especially chaining. This is more chaining damage with steady shots, spamming
hmm.
spells, and get more spells. That is actually going to be a big problem for gunning.
Oh,
Once he was able to
yep.
use up all the tools that he has available.
Yep. I don't really like Gunning's play here on a turn where he played Rukara and then used both his shield shatters. I think he missed a lot of armor gain here and resources. What he could have done was swung with the Bulwark into the Tavish, and then
Correct.
just equip Rukara and use a single shield shatter to have the full kill. Or he could have just equipped Rukara, shield shatter, and then use his hero power on the Tavish to gain that 4 armor.
Absolutely. And I would totally do it that way as well because um well I can do it in a different way, but I was able to utilize all potential damage and as well as the armor that I could have saved earlier. But at this point, looking at the hand of RainGoat, he has all the gas to execute so much
Oh.
damage, so much chaining, so much damage in one turn, chaining everything in one turn.
And he's got a really good minion in the Plague Proto Drake as well. I think he discovered the lock and load, which was really good against an attrition matchup like against the warrior. Gunning kind of doesn't. It feels like he doesn't have the time to play Kazakhstan, or maybe he's just trying to dig deeper into his deck to get his armor gain because he hasn't really gotten his armor gain cards yet. 2 frozen bucklers, 2 heavy plates, both not played. Yep. Raincoat here
Well,
just gonna play his, looks like he's playing his Proto Drake, building some tempo here.
well, we can go with another chain of spells, but he's actually hovering played with Proto Drake, which he definitely played, and also tempoed Augmented Porcupine,
Mhm.
just to keep up with the board presence of gunning. But the next question is, knowing that RainGoat has a lot of spells in his hand, um, what should be the play here for gunning?
Hmm. Well, Gunning kind of has to find a chance to play Kazakhstan. I think maybe that this turn could have been take the risk because you have a 4/5 taunt. You can swing onto the porcupine, leave the 8/8 on board, but oh no,
To concede.
he just concedes. She just decides to get out of there.
Wow.
And yeah, Raingoat evens up the series 1-1. Right?
That's actually a good matchup. And good job for Gunning and as well as for Rainbow for having a standing of 1-1, which is showing that the semifinals is definitely a hard match for each players. And I know the reason why Gunning kind of conceded that part because from the Proto Drake, after dealing with that, there's another Death Rattle that will have the similar effect of a proto drake, which will utilize all of your potential removals for RainGoat, but that is quite understandable. It doesn't want to waste time, and we're going to move on to the round three of their pairings or their matchup. But any thoughts on what could have been the play there, Orion?
Yeah, I think Gunning should have really played his Kazakhstan a bit earlier on to try and get those treasures going. And also, like you said, he used up too much removal on the turn where he played the Rokara. Like if he had a
Correct.
Shield Shatter left right now, he could have dealt 7 damage removal with his hero power as well, right? So that could have saved him another turn. So just not so clean plays coming out from Gunning, but yeah, we're just heading on to game number 3, and RainGoat here is again going with a hunter build. This time he's going for so he's going for the same quest hunter build, and Gunning is on the paladin this time.
Absolutely. And just to comment on what you have shared earlier, I believe that you are correct. You need to, try to be conservative with your removal tools because eventually you will definitely need them later on. But that was a good play coming from both players from the earlier round. But for this round, Gunny went for, the typical buff paladin. I believe that there is the crab rider that we are we are trying to expect earlier because it's not showing up in this tournament, but I believe that we can witness a crab rider for this deck.
Yep.
Maybe, maybe not, but we'll see. But on the end of Rainbow, just going to use the same deck that he used that won him the previous round. Uh, I believe that this is more of his comfort class since he was able to all throughout he just used one class but different variants.
Yep. And Gunning is actually running a Libram Paladin, it seems, with the Libram of Wisdom in his hand. But you're right, I think definitely this should be a deck that would benefit from Crab Rider. I mean, with
Absolutely.
a number of Libram of Wisdoms you can stack onto Crab Rider, it could very well be just a one-card kill.
Correct. And since we were able to witness another Iron Deep Frog, is this something should that should no well we were able to see that Raingoat was able to answer that Shrog, but another Shrog on the end of
Yeah.
Gunning.
So, Quest Hunter is actually probably the one of the only spell based that besides Mage of course that Iron Deep Trog doesn't really bother, right? Because yeah, they play a lot of spells, but all their spells are removal. So uh, it works in RainGoat's favor there. And with Paladin being a more board based deck than the Warrior we saw before, RainGoat's not gonna have any trouble getting a relatively quicker quest completion here, as we see
Absolutely.
already. Yep, already on his last quest line here.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, steady shot. And a freezing trap. So technically speaking, if Gunning has a good read of what's happening, there's a possibility that that Blade Master Samuro could just be bounced off with the Librams of Wisdom on top of Blade Master Samuro. But by the looks of it, the line of play of Gunning was actually okay for me. Would you do or would you play it in a different way, Orya?
No, I think this is probably the best way to go about it because Blade Master Samuro doesn't really have anything to rush into, and if you play Samuro, you don't really have the mana to play another big threat. So I think playing this out, having the Throg buffing it, and also having a Divine Shield minion, is probably good, right? Because then at next turn you can play the Samuro and trigger the freezing trap, and the minions that you played on the previous turn can all go face if needed.
Absolutely. And I believe Gunning was able to identify it could be a freezing trap, so I can just simply throw an outdoor attendant back to my hand. But if Gunning is not really careful of what he's doing, he's hovering
Oh,
Iron Deep Frog. There's
oh,
a possibility it could bounce back to
he
his
should
hand.
know it's freezing trap because both explosives have been played.
Okay.
So okay,
Ah,
yeah,
yeah,
there we go. That's
yeah.
better.
He's just
That's better.
hovering. Good thing
He,
he's asking himself, is this the right
yeah,
play? He was able to identify.
he's trying to mess with us there.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, oh, he
Wait.
actually traced that in. I
Well,
would have, I would have
a
liked to
different way.
see. Yeah, I would have liked to see Samuro actually, because that was Samuro didn't need the buffs for a full clear, and he could have just
Yeah, he could just have played Samuro dealing damage to multicaster because that's already 4 damage.
yeah,
Or
exactly, exactly.
well,
So
that's a different line of play,
that
but
all right.
uh,
So
oh, he was able to he was able to recognize that it was different play.
right. So okay, RainGoat here can activate his uh, uh, complete his quest line here and play Tavish on the same turn. So,
Absolutely, because of I'm not really sure what happened there, but Gunning removed the Iron Deep Frog, helping Rain. Actually, it kind of eased out the problems of RainGoat
yep,
because
that's true.
it's actually one of the those are the hindrances why RainGoat cannot really play out Tavish right away because of the Iron Deep Frog. It will just cause problems to RainGoat dealing with a huge number of Iron Deep Frogs. And well, Connie was able to recognize that kind of messed up earlier, but I guess he's trying to keep up with what's happening right now.
Yep. And see him just trying to gunning his all of gas. He's gonna try have to bring it home with what he's got on board or hope for a really good top deck. But over on RainGoat's side, it's all gas. It's all gas.
Absolutely, and like what we have discussed earlier, having low, when you have a lot of spells on hand, and especially you already have Tavish triggered his ability. What Rainbow is just going to do is just go for the face and ignore the minion on board because you can already tell that Gunning is out of gas. He's
Yep.
just down with a devout pupil on board with buffs. So what is Gunning gonna do with my board? And if I don't have minions, what is he going to do with the pressure that I'm going to throw at him?
That's right. And gunning doesn't even, I mean, Ringo doesn't even need to go to face with any minions anymore. He can just kill gunning off from just his spells. But gunning here with a very, very clutch top deck of Libram of Hope.
Mhm.
But I wonder, is it gonna be enough?
I'm not really sure, but looking at his hands, I guess this is already game over.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a piercing shot for an additional 5 damage on the Silverhand recruit as well. If he's yep, this looks like it's lethal. Yep,
And
RainGoat
this
is
is
gonna take the win here.
and this And this seems like a standard bundle for RainGoat. He just has to ignore the board presence of Gunning. And ladies and gentlemen, RainGoat is the winner of this match. Good job for the both of them. And I have a lot of questions towards this match, Oria. But good job, by the way, to Gunning for reaching through all of the matches earlier until this point in the tournament. But Oria, let me ask you: what could have been the play there? Especially that, you know, RainGoat side, it is actually a big problem for him to deal with the Iron Deep Frog because that is actually a buff Iron Deep Frog. You can not just throw a deal 2 damage out just to hit Iron Deep Frog
Mm,
because it will just generate more Iron Deep Frog.
mm.
I believe that that is the turning point of Gunning's round. That
Yeah.
looking at what happened, I believe that that is
Mm.
the turnaround in that match.
I think Gunning definitely had a misplay there where he traded the Troggen instead of just using the Samuro. But over on RainGoat's side, I mean, he just had too many tools. So even if even if the Trog was left on board, I think it was a 3-2 at that point. Um, uh, RainGoat could have just killed it off with his hero power because his hero power targets minions as well. Remember. So he could just hero power, and if it's not dead, use the his spells to finish it off, and have that quest completion as well. And once Tavish is on board, RainGoat's hand was just full of gas. I mean, Gunning only had one card or two cards left in his hand. RainGoat had 6, 7 cards in hand, and every single card once you've completed a quest, that's damage, right? So it's
Absolutely.
unfortunate for Gunning. He didn't get to see his Cariel hero portrait. That could have helped him mitigate some of the damage. But
Absolutely.
yep, but in the end, it was a well played to RainGoat. He managed to take that one down.
Absolutely. And he was able to punish some misplays that he was able to witness in his domain. And that is actually a standard bundle for RainGoat. Secured bundle for RainGoat. Now, Oria, speaking of about the match, you know what? I believe we're down to our last match later on. Now, can you share once again what are the prizes of this tournament? Just to refresh our audience for our Southeast Asia players in this tournament.
Yeah, sure. So the finals matchup, the winner will be playing for 25 US dollars of Blizzard balance together with a Voyage to the Sunken
Wow.
City standard bundle. That's 60 packs and 2 random legendaries from the new expansions. And also, they'll be able to get the first pick out of the 3 heroes. Is the Sacred Celestial, Evil from Pandaria, or Snake and Crane. So that's a lot to play for.
Absolutely. And I would definitely love a standard bundle, especially that the new expansion is really interesting. Are you also excited to open some packs for the new expansion?
Yep, for sure. I think I'm gonna have to take some notes from Hearts on Fire and pledge some allegiance to York for some good legendary RNGs from my standard bundles, right? Yeah,
Absolutely.
and
And
yep.
And for our last match, we are going to feature the match later on. But for the meantime, we are going to take a break, Oria, right? So for our viewers out there, please stay tuned. Once again, this is Hearthstone Southeast Asia tournament. Farewell to the year of the Gryphon. Brought to you by NB and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. Once again, this is La Tequila, and here with me is
This is Aurea. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to our Hearthstone Southeast Asia Tournament Farewell to the Year of the Gryphon. Once again, brought to you by Enly and in partnership with Activision Blizzard. Once again, I'm the Tequila, and with me,
This is Aurea.
and this is actually a very long event, and we were able to witness a lot of crazy plays for this tournament. We were able to witness Yoxaron, King Mukla, some watch post, what else?
Priestess of Fury.
Princess of Fury,
Yeah.
they were able to showcase their power, how oppressive they are in their time, during their time. And again, this week is a very different week, not the usual standard format that you have from something like Masters Tour, because this week the balance changes were reverted back. So this is a very interesting tournament because players were able to test it out with other players. And another thing, the players won't really submit their decks. So there's the element of surprise in this tournament. And Aurea, how do you feel about the tournament so far?
I mean, it's great to see, players coming out with all these classic, overpowered cards in some ways, and having a last run with them, having fun with it. Creating all these non-meta decks. That's really what we want to see, and in this community event, it keeps the meta interesting. It's a shame we can't have these new cards here for longer, right? I mean, who knows what impact they could have done to the meta with a bit more testing.
Absolutely. And that this week is their last hurrah for the standard format. And now jumping into the action, we are going to witness Team Philippines versus Team Indonesia. And I'm really sorry for the fans out there. I'm sorry, our Team Singapore. And I'm really having a hard time how to
Oh,
pronounce his name. But
uh,
RainGoat is against with, how do you pronounce
I'm gonna
this?
say Czrakoviahaz.
Yeah,
Czrakoviahaz.
Czrakoviah.
Which is,
And this is a
yeah, and
turn
I think,
one.
yep, you said it. I think this is a turn one truck against a ramp druid. Oh, looks like the finals are going underway really quickly, and a cult neophyte to follow things up. RainGoat's really not letting Caesar play any Hearthstone right now.
I believe there's the same flow that RainGoat has from his previous matches. Um, a Cult Neophyte and an Iron Deep Frog combo. So this is a very strong combo for this tournament. And this is not just true for RainGoat. The other players were able to win some matches as well using Cult Neophyte.
Yep. But really, I think the biggest culprit here has to be the Iron Deep Trog against Spell-based deck. It is such a backbreaker. Throwing all Caesar's plans to the side, and now...
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, I noticed something, Oria. Were you able to identify that
Yeah,
about
I
the
think...
Nick play?
Yeah, I think Caesar could have picked a Lightning Bloom instead of the Overgrowth here to enable a skill of Onyxia next turn, but he decides to pass up on it. Oh, I guess because he already ramps up. Oh, but that is just a really quick game one right
Ah,
now.
okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right,
So
this game, yeah,
this game is
happened
really
so
quick.
fast. Yeah, this game happened so fast. But I think there was an opportunity there for Cizra to coin Lightning Bloom his skill of Onyxia, but instead he sort of went for the Overgrowth there. I think maybe not giving enough respect to the damage that Iron Deep, a full board of minions from the Hunter there could do.
Yeah, I agree. We were actually trying to spot there's something wrong with what happened, and we were able to identify that it could be a potential board wipe, at least to prolong the match and look for answers. But apparently, for a Filipino player, he was not able to. I'm not really sure. Maybe it could be a time pressured, but we'll go ahead and check the next round because that is actually a very
Oh,
fast round. And looking at this point, RainGoat is
oh
just going to
wow.
use one class all throughout the tournament, and
Oh
that is
wow. And
Hunter.
this is a next it's like some next level mental games going on, I think, because Sisra is requeuing his ramp druid in the hopes maybe he's thinking that RainGoat will switch off of Hunter, but no, RainGoat is a Hunter man through and through.
Absolutely. So this is like a replay of the previous round, but at this point, there's no Iron Deep Frog. Good for our Filipino player. I'm really sorry for the fans out there, but the challenge here for the finals is that how is he going to compete with the pressure that this hunter is throwing at the Filipino player? Uh,
That's right. Even though there's no Iron Deep Trog, RainGoat has gotten a 1 mana 8/8 worth of stats that is gonna come down next turn. I like this play instead of going for the Cult Neophyte on turn 2, because usually on turn 2 the Druid doesn't really have much high impact plays that he could do, and as you can see, all he did was to coin ramp. So now playing the 4/4 and protecting it with a Cult Neophyte to prevent any sort of combination of Lightning Bloom, Innervate into Scale of Onyxia play.
Absolutely. And what I can share all throughout this tournament so far is that it is definitely a safe pick to have a hunter class in this tournament because of how consistent the deck is, and as well as some cards of the original shell of Face Hunter is back, such as the Scavenger's Ingenuity. Look at that card. That's +3/+3,
Yep, and RainGoat has
and
the second one in his hand and he's getting it.
and
This
that is another Whopper
and
Thinger.
oh, look at the amount of stats on RainGoat's side of the board. Not even a skill of
Wow.
Onyxia is gonna. I mean, Caesar needs 2 skill of Onyxias on the same turn to get out of this.
This is a very crazy finals. RainGoat was able to keep up with his composure, and this is a very quick finals in this tournament. Just
Yep.
going to play out a very safe deck archetype and hopefully to get an Iron Deep Shrug or at least Cult Fight because it can definitely stop any spell-based decks in this tournament.
Not even a brass ring here from Cesra can save him this time round. With 4/4s on the board, no, it's just over. And congratulations to RainGoat. Uh,
Congratulations to RainGoat indeed, and the champion of Hearthstone Southeast Asia tournament. Farewell to the year of the Gryphon. Our champion is definitely a hunter player. So congratulations, RainGoat, for winning first place in this tournament. You know what? That is a very, very quick finals. I'm not really expecting to have a very quick finals, but good job to RainGoat for, playing a very safe bringing a very safe deck. No sweat at all for him. The consistency is there. No RNG, pure skill, and as well as just play the safe play.
yep, that's right. And RainGoat taking the win with the Hunter. It seems He's being, I think we're checking the stats now, and it seems like he's been running the Hunter throughout the entire tournament and racking up those wins. Just goes to show how strong this class is right now, at least for this week, while we
For
still
this
have
week. Oh.
Scavenger's Ingenuity, Crab Rider, and Tunnel, Iron Deep Trog, Cult Neophyte, these culprits. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it was a really ballsy play by Cesra to re-queue the Rap Druid into what could potentially have been another Hunter matchup. But there we go. RainGoat bringing the Hunter to victory, taking home 25 US dollars of Blizzard balance and one Voyage to the Sunken City standard bundle. Congratulations to RainGoat. Uh,
We'll go ahead and check if we do have existing players at the moment. I believe, or yeah, sorry to cut you off, right? But I believe also an existing match. Would you like to watch so we can at least maximize what we can see in this tournament? I believe Staz tournament, Staz game is still ongoing. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. Let's see what's happening in Staz game at the moment.
Yep. So Staz is playing in the third place playoff right now against Gunning. And yep, so Staz seems to be running a form of rally, please, I would say. With Gunning on the Control Warrior yet again.
We were able to witness earlier for matches like this. It could be on the side of the warrior player, but knowing that there is actually a big possibility for a miracle priest to extend or have its life or health or its minions higher than the threshold of the removals of the warrior. So it only depends on the hand reading of each player or how much tools that they have for the board presence. If Gunning was able to identify that Taz doesn't have the enough buffs to heal, rather not, let's say, out of reach of Gunning's tool, then he can just remove the minions right away. But if Gunning leans forward to leaving the minions on board and just wait until Staz pull out whatever place he has and just remove it right after, and that will leave Staz out of gas. But what do you think about this board presence, Orya?
Yeah, I think Gunning chose to remove the Dasmani Blood Weaver there. Definitely, I think the right choice because that's the one that's going to make Staz's hand a lot cheaper and allow him to do a lot crazier things. Staz here is just gonna try and generate more resources with his double Sathak now. Obviously, I don't think he's expecting these Sathaks to stay alive for that much longer, so he's gonna try and bank in as much value as he can right now.
Absolutely, because of course it's an expectation already when you are faced against with a control warrior. Anytime your minions will be removed, so I agree. He just wants to utilize what he can get out from the random card generation. Hopefully, he can get some resurrection and some combo pieces out from Setec while Setec is still on board. Now, what could what could be the line of play of Gunning here?
Well, this looks like a pretty clean Blade Storm. Yeah, like that's right. So a Blade Storm and a Sword and Board here. That's a full clear. But what Gunning really needs right now is a card draw. He doesn't have his axe, and he doesn't have cutting class right now. So he has an axe in his head, sorry. So he has to sort of get that card draw going. Whereas Stars, on the other hand, he's got a Draktar, but I think he played both his Sathex already, as we've seen, so that only pulls out one less money.
My poem is
He's going.
Wow.
not a
Oh, but the raise did here to refuel. That,
Absolutely. But that will just net him one card because right now Staz's hand is already at 10 cards in his hand, so technically he won't be able to get two cards from Raise Dead. So the line of play could be rally and then try to discount most of the cards. But it
I like
actually depends on his sway.
I like just casting Holy Nova here to clear the hand space, because if you cast Rally here, you're not really getting any value out. You won't have the mana to play any cards. So I kind of like just clearing the hand space. Yeah, Stats using the Void Shard, similar to just using the Holy Nova, I suppose. Clearing some hand space, saving the Rally for a turn where he has the mana to cast some spells with it. On the other side, Gunning here with a very timely cutting class top deck, gets his card draw going, puts him in the game still.
Absolutely. And this is actually a very scary play for Staz because there's still a brawl in Gunning's hand. So here we can't go wide at this point. So what Staz can do is to test if Gunning still has another way of dealing minions once the brawl is played out, and as well as Bladestorm.
Yep, so Stylus here is really thinking about how much he wants to commit to this board, because he has a rally in hand to sort of refill his board. So he decides to play the second Nazmani to try and get as much discounts as possible. Still has a Devour that he can use, but decides against it. Okay.
So he's just
Uh,
trying to save up that Shadow Word Devour, maybe for the Septic Veil Weaver, especially that looking at Stad's hand, he still has two rallies. So he wants to make sure that once because when you play rally, that's already considered three Nazmani Blood Weaver, given that the Nazmani Blood Weaver survived, and that's already GG for gunning because Staz is going to generate a lot of cards, and hopefully those cards are more of buff cards. But I believe Staz is just going to test how much removals Staz gunning still has. So we're not really sure if he's going out for that, or he's just going to keep up with this kind of play.
yep. So Stats goes for the rally here. I think he's gonna Gift of Luminance the Blood Weaver just to get more discounts. His hand is kind of full right now, so he can't play double Sapphire and go off there because it's gonna fill up his hand really, really quickly, and that's not gonna give him enough discounts. So I think he's either gonna, yeah, either Psyche Split or Gift of Luminance the Blood Weaver, and then try and discount as many cards as possible while generating value. See, against all odds, Shadowwood, he commits the Shadowwood Devour now. There's a Draconic Study that could potentially give him Kazakhstan actually. So that's something to
Oh.
watch out for.
Oh, okay. So this deck could totally run a Kazao, but will that deny the remaining? Yeah, it will deny the remaining cards in. But
In the
what I'm thinking is, if he's going for a Kazakuzan, knowing that he has powered Fortitude and as a set deck, um, will the potential combo for buffing up cards the strategy will be removed and replaced by the treasure strategy instead of going wide?
It's not so much because I think the rally priests here, they play only a few minions and they can sort of go through their deck pretty quickly. So if once they generate enough value, I suppose then that's when they sort of go pivot towards the Kazakh's plan as sort of an extra win condition, right? So,
Yeah.
but for now, Stars is continuing with his plan A, getting multiple Blood Weavers, multiple Sethacs, and generating more and more value. He's got a choice here. Goes with the
Wow.
Popsicular. That's a card that we don't see quite very often.
Absolutely. At least we're able to showcase in this tournament a popsicle.
Yeah, look at this. Such a cute little robot fridge. Okay, right. Stars continuing to just. Oh,
Oh, to use that
okay.
shadow
To
word
use
of
the
that.
Shadow of Death. That's right.
That was a
So,
nice play from Staz.
yep. So, still getting the discounts, gathering more spells, and it's gonna end his turn here. I think he would have liked to do a bit more, but
But due to APM and as well as the
yep, as
time that
well
he
as the
has
rope.
right now,
Yep.
that
Oh, but it's still going. It's still going. Ah,
was
okay.
good.
There we go. So over on Gunning side, he
There's
has
a
the
Rancor, an Outrider's
yep.
Axe, Blaze Storm, uh, a Brawl, a coin. Well, he still has the coin, but that's good. And a Bulwark of Astronauts. So, what could be the play for gunning here?
It seems like a really weak board to brawl away, but leaving a Nasmani on board could be quite scary, especially when your opponent has so many cards. But he might choose to just leave some minions up actually. Okay, he goes for the Blade Storm here, removes the Divine Shield to kill the Nasmani, which I agree. I think the Nasmani is a higher value target than the Sethak. It's really the engine that sort of powers everything. Manages to draw a Shield Slam, which finishes up the Sethak really nicely. And
Absolutely.
yep,
The next thing to worry about here is that there's still a Brawl and there's a Rancor, but
My palm is
the
dead,
only answer
not a full
is
red.
Brawl. Um, this is actually hard, especially that there's a Dragon Maw Sky Stalker, and Staz can just play around potential board wipes. Hopefully, hopefully Staz is not careless about playing everything out, but if Gunning can get another board wipe, then that's a big problem for Staz.
yep. I think this idol actually draws nothing right now. Because I don't think Stars has any more minions left in his deck. So that's unfortunate. And also, I think this is Stas' last rally as well. So unless he generates another rally, um, he is looking like he's running out of board presence here. I think Stas is trying to bank on the fact that Gunning has used up most of his removal, but he doesn't know that sitting in Gunning's hand is
Is
that
a
brawl.
brawl. Yeah,
And
that's
there
what
we
I
go.
hear. And
Instant,
that's a brawl.
instant brawl from Gunning. Instant brawl from Gunning. What's gonna be the minion that remains?
Popsicle.
A Popsicular. Yeah, I think, and he still gets a draw here, which is perfectly fine. And Gunning is still with a very healthy life total.
Absolutely. Now, I believe Staz can still keep up, especially that he has raised dead. But hopefully that raise that give him the combo pieces, not
Yep.
another popsicle.
Oh, double nuts money.
Uh,
He really needed one to be at least a Sethak to sort of change some targetable spells there. Just
Correct.
the Nasmani alone not going to do it. Can he find some sort of a threat to piece together? The good news is Gunning only has Rancor. Oh no, he just top decked the second brawl. So going wide is not an option either. And here
But he
comes the
has a
Bulwark.
bulwark of Azenov.
Yep, that's right. And Priest doesn't run many spells that can sort of deal with the Bulwark easily. Okay, a second raise dead here. Hopefully he gets a Sethek.
No.
Oh, double Nazmani again.
It's actually very crazy because he really, Staz really needs at least one setback just to keep
Yeah.
the combo going.
That's right. Oh, I think he's gonna have to just try and go wide here. It's just clearing off some stuff from his hand. But for Gunning, he doesn't actually have a clean way of killing the 510 Bloodweaver. He has a 50-50 with the Brawl, which is
If
okay.
you're going to play Brawl right now, that will just eat up the 2-5 Nuzman
Yeah.
here. Alright,
So-
another one.
All right.
Give us
Oh, there we go. That's a
Sethek
double,
it is.
and this is huge, right? Because there's still 2 Bloodweavers on the board, so this is actually huge. He
The
needs to get
resilience
some.
coming from Staz is really crazy.
He needs to get some targetable spells here.
I'm
Right.
reading.
All right, Gift of Naru is
Purple.
I guess the
That's not
gift
it?
the Naru.
oh, but that doesn't target though, so he's gonna have to draw. He's gonna have to draw a targetable spell here.
Alright.
Twilight, looking for
There we
target.
go.
Okay, there we go. There
Power
we
of the
go.
word.
Feast. Yep. What else can we get? Oh,
Okay.
Oliver Grave. Okay, sounds right.
No time.
And that's it. So Staz is just gonna end his turn here. But the good news is that there's one more Sethek and 2 more Nazmanis waiting in Staz's hand. He just needs to find targetable spells.
Absolutely. So all brawls are used.
Yep. Second block
Lesser-
here.
For gunning, he has
Oh.
a lesser. Well, that's
And the
survived.
512 survives. Yeah, Gunning doesn't actually have a way to remove this. So it looks like he just has the armor up and yes.
Armor up
Oh.
and he has to stop a potential OTK by the next turn.
It's so funny because if Gunning had the heavy plate, then he could have killed the Nazmani with this Onyxian Drake that he just drew by trading the heavy plate away.
Alright.
Oh
Wow.
wow, that is value.
Correct. Would you go for a con? Oh well,
Yeah.
we went for it. It's just crazy because you can also play that on the same turn and just do it
Yep.
again. Cycle up cards. And we were able to identify from the time in the shadows that he has another resurrection card.
Another
So-
raise dead in the pool. Oh, another Amulet of Undying. That's right.
So you
So-
can do this all day.
That's right. He can trade it, and get multiple Cairn of Love. So that still hanging in there, having a lot of resources in the tank. Somehow this Rally Priest finds a way. Will he choose to play the Cairn? I think it's
It's a Karn. Karen.
Karen. yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would have preferred holding back the last Sethek and playing the Karen actually and hope to draw a bit more targetable spells. But I guess Staz after having seen both brawls, he knows that there's no clean way short of maybe double shield shatter that can clear his board. But even then, double shield shatter has been used, so
Yeah, both shield slams are also used. So technically,
Then-
Gunning will definitely have a hard time dealing with
Yeah.
that 14-16 body on the board.
Yeah.
Oh,
So here with the Rokara and then the next Drake. I wonder if Gunning has Barov because Barov, Rancor maybe is last removal here.
all right. Amulet of
Amulet
Undying.
of Dying.
Okay.
Okay. Powered Feast.
Cycling up, doing some cantrips.
Yep. So I think here, yeah, Staz should just play the Bloodhoof. Maybe even the Nasmani here because he's all out of Sethax and Nasmani alone doesn't really do much. So I'm okay if he just plays out the Bloodweaver here.
Okay.
That's a very stat idle. It actually took up quite a lot of discounts from Staz's previous turns, actually.
Apparently, but it won't really copy anything.
Oh, what a draw from Gunning here with the Dragon Raid Boss Onyxia.
Alright.
So that's going to help Gunning stabilize a bit. I think how will you do the trades here? Yes, I think
I
you can.
guess go for the Nazmani and as well as the Bane Bloodhoof because if you're going to with the original Cairn Bloodhoof, it will just generate another body on board. So the best line of play here could be just remove the Bloodweaver and make sure that that Bloodhoof is just down to 1 or something. Um, that you
I
won't
feel-
really deal with.
I feel that there could have been a different play of actually leaving the Nasmani on board because we've already seen most of the spells being used by Staz, the 2 blessers being used, and there's no more Sethak in play. So probably he could have traded in using the weapon on the Cairn and then use the remaining whelps to kill off this Bane Bloodhoof and then just have a 2/6 on board.
Now this is very scary for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So instead he's gonna leave the Cairn, which is the 5/5, which actually then kills his Onyxia.
And you know what, Orca? It turns out to be an attrition kind of gameplay.
Yeah.
Now I believe Staz is running out of gas. I'm not really sure what are the cards that he has left.
He still has that Amulet of Undying, which can summon another Cairn. Oh, a palm reading. Can this get him good? Soul Mirror, not so much.
I would go for Soul Mirror compared to the other two.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's so. But what minions does Gunning? I guess maybe in case Gunning has the Kazakhstan and plays one of the treasures that he can soul mirror it. Oh, there we go, a Kazakhstan.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and check the treasures.
Hyper Blaster. I think Doctor Doom's Boombox.
We would love to see that.
A
But you went for it.
Neuhorn. A Neuhorn here.
Okay.
Embers.
No.
Holy Book. Oh, these are some
Okay.
really good treasures.
Actually, could have happened earlier, but
Oh, he actually went for the wand instead of the embers here, and Baba instead of the boombox. So
we're not really sure what could be the play here for Staz, but
he could
he still have
copy-
resurrection cards
Yeah.
still at the deck, so he can just be. He'll just have to be conservative at this point.
That's right. Oh, he's opting not to to trade off the Kazakhstan and going.
Okay.
So really, in terms of threats, Staz,
Wow.
I don't think he has the enough threats, right? With Hyper Blaster now, Gunning has 2 copies of Hyper Blaster, so he can kill, over 8 turns. But yeah, that should summon Karen as well. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Topsy cooler.
Obstacular.
But is that enough?
I don't
Knowing
know,
the
Tequila. This looks pretty dire for Staz. Gunning has the Barrel of Rancor as well in hand. Oh, and the Holy Book.
what's that?
Oh, silencing one of the Death Rattles while giving himself a 10/10 copy of it. Did he just point it at Kazakhstan for a moment?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking at least Kirin Bloodhoof, but
Yeah.
why Kazakhstan?
No, he's just messing with us. He's just messing with us. Okay, yeah, that's
Indeed.
really smart play by Gunning, making sure to kill off the popsicle first before he holy books so his minion doesn't get frozen.
Now this is actually a crazy match now.
Yeah,
Even if, well,
that
even if
is
as plays Soul Mirror and then another against all odds, because technically the minion under
yep.
and blood
Oh, that's so okay. So the remaining 2 cards in Stas's deck are a shard. Yep, that's it.
there you
Stas
go.
realizes he doesn't have enough threats in the deck to compete with the Kazakhstan warrior, so Gunning takes the win.
And that is our third placer for this tournament. So congratulations to our winners for this tournament. And congratulations for Staz for getting this far in the tournament as well. So you know what, Oria? Very interesting matches for this tournament. Uh, we were able
Definitely
to
did the
witness
yep.
crazy matches, crazy cards. Well, only crazy for this week, only for the year of the Gryphon. So
Yep.
technically, we're preparing ourselves to welcome the year of the Hydra. So who are our winners for this tournament, Arya?
Congratulations to RainGoat for coming in first place with his hunter specialty. Czrakoviahaz, congratulations on getting second place. And Gunning, congratulations on a third place finish.
Yes, and the joke that we have for most of the players here in the Philippines, if you're able to beat the GM, you feel like a GM already. So congratulations to Gunning, at the very least. Yeah, that's not just a congratulations, but our winners will have standard bundles and some cash prize as well coming from Andy and of course with Hearthstone Southeast Asia. You know what, Oria? I know we can talk a lot of things about this tournament, but it already come to an end for this tournament. You know, it is a very long tournament, and this is your debut as a caster here in Southeast Asia, Hearthstone Southeast Asia.
That's
And
right.
any thoughts, any just a few words before we end the tournament?
Yeah, you're right there. Today is my first day casting, first ever casting experience. So hope I did a good job to the viewers. Hope thank you for bearing with me, and shout out to Enly and Activision Blizzard for having this community event and also having me here to cast. And of course, thank you, Tequila, for being my amazing co-caster. And
Thank you.
yeah, that's all for me.
And just a few words to our viewers. This is not the first and last tournament of NB. There is another tournament in 2 weeks. And if you're aware of Hang to 2022, Hearthstone is also included and it is a medal event. So if you guys aware of the 19th Asian Games in Hangzhou 2022, you know, some countries had qualifiers already for Hearthstone. So if you want to catch some high-level C games, you can check it out online. And as well as for this tournament, thank you very much for Andy for producing this tournament. and as well as to my co-caster Oria. And you know what? This won't be possible once again without the help of Envy and as well as the Hearthstone Southeast Asia. And just a few words once again, Oreo, where can your fans catch you?
Yep, you guys can catch me on Twitter at AURIA_HS Aurea Hearthstone. And where can your fans catch you, Tequila?
Um, Once again, I'm the Tequila. You guys can catch me. I sometimes stream Hearthstone and other games in my Facebook gaming page. That's the Tequila HSPH. And if you want to catch, more on a personal level, you can follow me on Twitter. That's the Tequila HSPH. And also, if you guys want to catch more tournament or things like this, we would like to hear your feedback as well. You can follow www.facebook.com/NDPH. You can share your thoughts and how you feel about this tournament, and we would definitely appreciate that. So, Orya, thank you very much. I really had some fun, and thank you to our viewers for keeping up with us for the entire event. This was a very this is a very crazy tournament. And let's say goodbye to the year of Gryphon and let's welcome the year of the Hydra. Orya, thank you very much. Audience, thank you very much. And to the Heart Southeast Asia tournament, thank you very much, guys. And well played. I guess that's GG for us.